Hey everybody, it's JJ from Bright Idea Records. Welcome to the Avenger Rules channel here on Twitch.tv. I'm having fun. I'm getting cyber as fuck up in here, and I'm pretty much glad about it. I was just saying in the description, I'm glad to be authenticated again. Yeah, two-factor authentication. I'll put this back in my phone holster. I'm so over it, right? Like it's supposed to provide me with security, and all it really provides me with is a headache, right? You know how many 2FA accounts I've fucking hacked in the past? Never mind. Statute of limitations, I forget. I'd like to take the fifth and strike that last comment from the record. I know it wasn't much, but strike it anyways. You legal beagles. You know what? I know it's right. Ow! My spikes are so sharp. I know what's right in my heart, so you can tell me I'm a criminal, but I know I'm better for you than you even fucking realize. Anyways, and you'll never know until I'm already dead and gone. Kind of like Vincent Van Gogh or something akin to that. Alright, so what Robin Hood-esque deed have I done? No. Oh, I'm not that good for society. Robin Hood's way better. No, I wish I was that functional. No, I'm basically fucking over an underground record label in an effort to promote my underground record label. Maybe. It doesn't sound like a very effective business model, JJ. Probably not. You know, it was just an idea. It's been like 7 years in the making. And, you know, it just took Independence Day to, like, fucking make me act independent, right? What am I even talking about? I don't know. Here, let's have fun with alternate video sources. Alright, first of all, this isn't on topic at all, but this is something I've been trying to work out. What is this? What the fuck? I gotta get rid of my audio meter, because I know you can hear me. Let me get rid of that dock. Audio mixer. There we go. Oh, no, that's not good. There, that's a lot more functional. I want you to see me. I've been trying to set up the guest star thing on the freaking Twitch, and it was a little bit frustrating at first. I'm not quite sure. I think it was because of my Chrome permissions that, like, my camera was inaccessible. That was really annoying. I guess I'm fully set up and capable of being a guest star at this point, I think. I was really more concerned about getting a guest star for myself, like inviting people to be guest stars, because that sounds like fun. I feel like if I was a guest star, I would just be intruding. Like, who would welcome this misfit weirdo to their stream? That's like self-sabotage, suicide. That's like, why don't you just welcome a drug-dealing serial killer rapist into your fucking house? Not that I'm any of those things. I'm actually worse. I'm a free-thinking American that tries to take advantage of every liberty and freedom I got. So that's way scarier than that last thing I just brought up. Free speech, free speech. Fuck you, free speech. Nah. That's so scary. I know. I could incite people. Oh my god, I could incite myself accidentally. That would suck. Oh. Oh yeah, that was the topic. I know my new topic is I'm glad to be authenticated, but at the time when I was setting this up, I was still just like happy to be another dependent. Because I'm totally dependent on you guys. Like, I wouldn't even have an income without taxpayer dollars. Granted, I paid into it. We all do. It's called Social Security. Get over it. I'm not a fucking sponge. I earned everything I have. But I basically am an independent dependent. I basically have to do nothing to survive. It's pretty tight. Aside from all the suffering and medication and pain and post-traumatic stress and inability to make social connections because I'm so fucked up. That was another thing that happened earlier. I tried to take a phone call, and I thought maybe I was capable, but I don't know if I was in opioid withdrawal, or maybe I'm just like, my neck was hurting. For whatever reason, I had very little patience for anything, and I was acting like a total dick. Stick up my ass, just like, no patience for anything. I hate it when I get like that. I have no control over it whatsoever. I end up an uptight dickhead, asshole, shitface all the time, and I don't even have control over it. The only control I have is, I guess it's time to take another fucking opioid pill. I wish I was just on a fentanyl patch, because you can basically go 3 days without having to worry about acting like a dickhead, but we're living in an opioid epidemic, and I'm not willing to go through what it takes. It's a lot of cup pissing. You gotta piss in a lot of cups constantly. And inevitably, they're gonna make you look guilty of something because they have that right. They're your authority. It's kind of like if your teacher rapes you, they'll probably get away with it because they're your teacher. And you're just a stupid lying kid, you know? It's like one of those scenarios. It's like your doctor's your doctor. They have a license, you know, they're authorized. They took a Hippocratic oath. You know, it's like, beside the point that they're cowards and they refuse to actually, you know, serve the people in need. They'd rather just protect their license, you know. So eventually you'll be cast away like a disowned pet that is no longer a puppy or a kitten. Yeah, just throw me out to the desert and I'll fend for myself. I'll find opioid pills growing off of the trees and freak out every 2 hours rather than take the fentanyl patches that my mom and dad used to make in the kitchen for me. Those are all metaphors, by the way, not to be taken literally. I'm an artist. I'm a starving artist. I make stupid little metaphors like that. They're stupid because you don't get them, I know. It's okay. You're not supposed to. Metaphors are meant for smart people that decrypt things. Alright, I know we don't live in a nation of decryptors, because I've been a fucking computer security expert for 25 fucking years. At the very least. It's probably more like 27. And maybe even 30 if you count my childish little pranks with the parental control software. But I digress. I'm here to have a good time. I'm guest starring on my own stream. If that's not funny enough as it is, then what the fuck is, right? It's jjstyles on the Zot the Avenger Rules stream. This is badass. I'm basically doing exactly what I set out to do. So that's pretty cool. I guess I'm over it. I mean, I know it's just like... here, let me raise the window. I'll go ahead and proceed to... Already a pro? Duh. Only for like 30 years, dumbasses. Here, skip the setup. Alright. So now we're really backstage. I'm over it. Let's close it. Alright, I'm ready. I've been ready. I just wanted to do it just for fun. That was fun. I suppose now that I've freed up that resource, I can probably add, you know, something like this. Is this gonna work? That's better. Yeah, we can do this now that my web browser isn't consuming that resource. That's nice. I like that. That was fun, you guys. But I suppose I don't know. Now I gotta talk about my piracy. So that's fun. I posted a tweet about it. Let me see. Let me add a display capture. Oh, don't look at that. Don't look at that, you fucking whores. Don't look at my Twitch password. That, what do I even do this for? Like anybody's watching. Whatever. Focus. I'll have to change that in a minute. I'll change it on my phone. Let's see. I was talking about my piracy. Yes, yes. I posted a tweet. Here, let me close this. Let me resize this. Let me overlay this. Overlay. It's basically chroma key. Chroma key is basically an overlay, right? You know. They didn't use the word overlay back when I made video games and more. I'm sorry. It's basically the same thing. Anyway, I think it is. You probably don't. Probably don't even acknowledge it, and that's cool. That's your right. You're free, right? Unless you live in a third world nation, in which case you're probably not watching this, but God, I got sharp spikes. Damn. I feel for you, and I hope you're first world sooner rather than later. Because no, even though it sucks being a first worlder, I can imagine how helpless it feels to be a third worlder. So I'm almost thinking that might be worse. Because Kitty has claws. In the third world, I'd probably need a machine gun to feel like I have claws. In the first world, I just use my voice and my typing skills and my music making skills. Okay, there it is. I'm talking about it's just music, you guys. I basically love this record label. I've listened to this music for 7 years. I basically adore the music that I've heard, right? I'm like a super fan, but what is this super fan doing? They're doing the wrong thing, right? This is ill-advisable. I can't even believe I'm doing it. But I'm so attention starved, I know. I'm just like dying for the attention. Maybe if I admit to a crime, oh no, it's past the statute of limitations. Oh, am I trying to draw attention to that? So that way all the criminals out there know that there is an end of the road. If they've ever committed a crime, they just gotta lay low for a certain amount of time. I hope I'm correct, because I'm not even sure. It's been so long since I looked it up. I don't even know anymore. I'm actually getting paranoid right before your eyes. Statute of limitations. I'm just going to type in the number 7, because I think it'll... Okay. Oh, wait, this is about murder and homicide? I haven't done that. Not yet. It's on my bucket list, don't get me wrong. And if you believe that, world peace is never going to happen. But anyways, murder, homicide, manslaughter. There's a 7-year limitation for death caused by hit and run accident. And there's a 2-year limitation for death caused by So you know what? I think I waited the maximum amount of time, 7 years. Here, let me type in computer hacking. Yeah. It's only 2 fucking years. I could have done this 5 years ago. I feel like such a tool. Well, the more you know. It's better to be over paranoid than under paranoid when you're living in a nation of law and justice. You know what I mean? And you're kind of like a free thinking, freewheeling maniac with a keyboard. And I respect the record label that I'm like basically. You'd think I'd be cutting into their profits, right? Pulling a maneuver like this, you'd probably think to yourself, "Gee, JJ, that's not a very fan-like thing to do. You're only hurting the label you love." And I disagree. I completely do not agree with your flawed way of thinking with regards to entertainment and media and exposure and marketing and what a real true fan really is. and what a real true fan is expected to do. You know, if this actually takes off and somehow people like let me know that they appreciate my criminal efforts, I might start a fan club. I've never been the head of a fan club before, but god damn it, it would be fun. That sounds fun. I don't think people do fan clubs anymore. That's kind of like an antiquated, cutesy little thing that people did back before the internet, you know? And nowadays, all the fan clubs are internet based, and if you don't have the internet, well, fuck you, you better get it, right? That's how that works. Can't believe I could have gotten away with this 5 years ago. Granted, I know piracy is piracy, and that is not 7 years ago. That's like 7 minutes ago, or whatever. So, but give me a fucking break, man. I make music. I own a record label. If I was to be tried by a jury of my peers, they'd probably cry for me, Argentina. Like, I've put so much into trying to be a business dude. I've put so much in trying to be a social kind of marketing kind of motherfucking conformist that I practically don't even know who I am anymore. I've tried that hard. And quite frankly, you know, it's all about the art. So fuck you if you don't appreciate my art. And fuck you if you think I'm a criminal. I'm more like a rebel, a radical, a fucking free thinker, perhaps a renaissance man, really. A computer programming, music making, video innovative. I'm only the original streamer, people. Come on, don't pump me up to be something more than I am. I am merely the original streamer, Zati Avenger. But if you want to say I'm those other things, I can't say you're lying. That's for sure. I am. It's not all about me, people. It's obviously about the fucking music, alright? What am I even talking about? What are you talking about, JJ? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't listen to music. My mind is closed. I hate listening to music because it makes me think of people. And when I think of people, it makes me sad because I'm so disconnected from them. Ever since I graduated high school and got my diploma. I'm sorry. I never got mine. So I don't think I ever really grew up. I never felt that connected to my high school peers. And I never really needed to keep up after school. Except with that one girl I shacked up with and almost married. And well, we all know how that ended up. And if you don't, you're better off not knowing. It's fucking... yeah. I don't want to talk about it. But, yeah. So, what? What were we talking about, you guys? I can't remember. Music! Right. You know, me and that dumb bitch, we used to go dancing at the goth clubs. You can believe that. I love that music. I refuse to let one bad thing sour an entire genre of music, no matter how awkward and painful it might get. okay? I wouldn't be true to myself if I said, oh, this music makes me uncomfortable now. I'm just gonna avoid it the rest of my life. That isn't who I am. I like the music. It's kind of fringe. It's kind of like not mainstream. It's kind of like, it's a it's a unique and weird thing to be into, the goth music. It's like they say 1% of the population is trans. Oh, that's nice here in the United States. They say 1% of the population is addicted to like street drugs. Oh, that's nice. They say that like 1% of the basically I'm into a bunch of fringe shit. There's probably like 1% of the it's probably more like 1/10 of the population is goth kids, right? It's not that's why I'm not terribly afraid of the DMCA kicking in my door. But if they do, all that I ask is that they get me back on the fentanyl, because this last year has been very difficult for me. I could really use a fentanyl patch right now. It's the only stability I had for like 15 fucking years. And now that you guys decided that after a 2,000 year human history run, opioids are finally evil and need to be done away with, except for like post-surgery people that really, really need them. It's like, you know what? Sometimes surgery lasts a lifetime. Post-surgery, yes. That means after the surgery, and sometimes the pain lasts a lifetime. It never really gets better for some people. They call it chronic pain. And, even if you're young, that's almost more tragic, because I don't want to talk about it, but just because you're young doesn't make you a drug seeker. Sometimes young people are victims, too, of tragedy. And they shouldn't be treated like addicts when they've tried their hardest to be really responsible. Because when you treat them like an addict, they start acting like an addict, because they say, fuck it, I might as well live up to my reputation. And then they end up hurting themselves when they're just trying to cope with being rejected. Anyway, music. Yeah, gothic music is made for people that are dark. They have kind of maybe a morbid sense of humor. Or maybe no sense of humor at all. If I had to be honest with you, I would basically advise that you do not become friends with gothic people, because they are likely to have different morals and values, and those different morals and values will be contrary to yours. That's what makes them different in nature. And so what? Well, you will probably be the one that gets hurt, because gothic people, they define their own morals, and there's very little that can happen that will make them feel guilty, shameful, or otherwise responsible for your pitiful morals that leave you feeling vulnerable, sad, and sick all the time. More than likely, the gothic person is going to have the kind of morals that they can get away with just about anything, except for things like not being true to themselves. Like, they can lie to you as long as they're being true to themselves, like that kind of thing. Like morals that you can't even wrap your head around, right? Like, oh, how do I know? I don't know. Level up. I just leveled up because I'm talking to you about this. So I got lots of experience points I'm accumulating. I think they're being tallied. I'd like to think it's not just me tallying them, because I don't keep very good logs. I really don't. I pretty much use Twitter as my log. I think I'm up to several thousand posts. If it wasn't for that, I pretty much wouldn't have any evidence that I was ever even alive, it feels like. Aside from the Internet Archive, which, thank God for that. But, they could be taken down by a federal lawsuit at any point, if you think about it. Like, if you can sue them once, it's just a matter of time before maybe the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Like, you could probably sue the Internet Archive. If you're a copyright owner, you could probably take them down. And that would be a loss to humanity. Why don't you burn down Alexandria while you're at it? Oh, wait, that already happened. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, if I would have been alive, I would have celebrated that day. Dance around a bonfire, nice and shirtless and heathen-like. 'Cause fuck information and fuck people, right? Whatever, man. If you think I'm a downer, well, you should see me when I listen to the fucking music I'm pirating. Fucking wakes me up real quick to how shitty everything is. And how I have barely any power to control it. This is like the most powerful thing I've done in a long time to try to change anything. And I know I'm just throwing myself under the bus. What the fuck is that? That's not a good way. I might as well be like, what, Gandhi and starve myself? Okay, slow down, JJ. You're not quite that saint-like. Oh, saint-like? Am I Mother Teresa over here? Okay, come on. What are you trying to say, JJ? I don't know, man. I'm not very good at protesting. My neck hurts right now because I'm leaning like this. I should probably sit up straight. But I'm trying to stay close to my ashtray and the microphone. And my couch is totally broken because I guess I sit on it too much. This is redonkulous. How am I ever going to make a point this way? You know, I'm too old to make points. What movie is that from? Oh, fuck. I don't make points anymore. It's pointless. What was that from? That was funny. Back when uh-oh. I'm gonna set myself on fire. I'd just be throwing myself under the bus, right? But no, man, this music is really cool. Let's explore it some more. I'm still in the process of posting. I think I got like 5 gigabytes. You see, the nice thing about stealing music from the source is these MP3s, they're all like 10 megabytes inside. They're practically like FLAC files, like a free lossless audio codec file. They're really, really high bit rate. So it's basically like getting something straight from the freaking CD, if you will. You know, that's kind of a big deal, isn't it? I'm trying to click this link. Oh, that's not a link. That's a photograph. I feel so foolish. I'm trying to click a photograph. I'm basically like a child in a lot of ways. I do stupid shit like that all the time. I'm not very adult. Alright, where was I? You know what? Let's try going to that real site where I snipped that picture from. That'd be cool. Let's go to, there we go. Now we can deep dive it. I can actually click this. That'll work. Yay! It worked! I wasn't clicking a PNG file. That's cool. You know, back when I was this tall, you probably could have clicked a PNG file and it would have gone somewhere, because we had things called image maps. They usually ran in the CGI bin directory. I'll digress. That's probably still a thing, right? Why would that go away? Alright, so we've got a pre-existing condition. What does that make you think of, I wonder? Maybe a pre-existing condition? I don't get it, JJ. Why is that sad or ironic or sarcastic or otherwise sardonic or maybe nihilistic or hopeless or otherwise rebel rousing? I don't know. It's just a pre-existing condition. I just like the band. I don't know what it means. I'm very childlike. I dropped out of school. I don't know a lot of the things you know. All I know is basically the little bit I learned there and the computer science I learned in college and what I've taught myself. I learned that statute of limitations thing on my own, and that's probably why I fucked up. Because I could have done this 5 years ago and gotten away with it. I feel so stupid. Oh well. You know what? I'm used to it. I know I'm stupid. I live with it. I think you can too. Oh, JJ's stupid. I live with that every day. Exactly, right? You're just like me. I live with it. You can live with it. I'm stupid. It's cool. I may come across as intelligent. I got a lot of head injuries. It's basically a grab bag of like intelligence and feebility. It's fun. I never know what it's gonna be. Am I gonna be intelligent? Like, what's the percentage? What's the ratio? Am I gonna be 25% intelligent and 75% feeble with regards to this topic? Or maybe I'll be like a little bit more like thirds, 33%, 66%. It's like I never know what the ratio is gonna be, but I know I'm gonna be stupid about something. I'm not perfect, and I don't believe any of you are either, but judging by some of your forum posts, I think there's a lot of people out there that do believe they are perfect. The condescending motherfucker bully assholes of the world that still exist to this day, even though we're living in a woke age. Anyways, I don't know what a pre-existing condition is, but I do know what X amount of stab wounds in the back is. That's basically when somebody you trust does you dirty, and you end up with X amount of stab wounds in the back. That's a good... Those are both excellent artists, by the way. I would highly recommend you download my pirated content. It might enlighten your fucking ass. It's a really good record label that I'm fucking over here. Like, I think DJ Diablo runs it. He's like... I actually am not familiar with his work, but in terms of like what he's made musically, but I am familiar with his work and what he's produced on his record label. And I got mucho. I'm not gonna touch my spikes this time. I've already hurt my hand too many times. Jesus Christ, man. I'm really busy right now. Hey, I'm streaming. Can I help you? Is it important? Well, I'll try to be there, but I can't guarantee anything. So I'll talk to you later. God, man. I swear, nobody watches my stream. Nobody knows. It's alright. It's alright, man. I get it. I get it. This is just like a hobby, right? I'm not a professional amateur. I'm a hobbyist. It's okay. Even when I'm like breaking federal law, basically. Statute of limitations. I can't say that enough. I don't really want my door kicked in. I'm basically rubbing it in your face that I did that and I got away with it. And I know that it isn't like I did it to Sony or Warner Brothers that you know of, but like, or EMI. Oh, they don't exist anymore, but you know what I mean. Yeah. I'm just kind of rubbing it in your face. Just how funny justice is. How everything has a time limit and expiration date. It's like justice is justice, except after 90 days. Then it's not applicable to being justice anymore. It's just like, suck it up, loser. Oh, okay, I guess I will. Because what choice do I have other than to suck it up like a loser? Justice is kind of liberty and justice and freedom and the brave, the home of the brave. I think I'm brave. I don't care what you think. I think I'm brave. So there. I fight like a brave. I don't be afraid. No one can tell you that you gotta be a slave. No, those aren't the words. I forget. I don't know. Look up Red Hot Chili Peppers if you really care. Okay, what's next on my list? Regenerator! Fuck yeah! Dude, I've seen those guys live at DEF CON at least twice. Possibly 3 times. After you've been to as many rock concerts as I've been to, they all kind of mishmash together in your mind. Like, I know that I've seen DRI, the thrash metal punk rock band, Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. Like, I know I've seen them. I saw them twice at the Rialto, and I saw them once at the Rock. That's 3 times. But still, in my mind, I blend the Rialto shows together into one gigantic mega show and keep the Rock show separate, merely because of locale. I mean, it's like, and the funny thing is, the vibe was totally different at the Rialto. Like the first show that I saw there with the era, it was nothing like the second show, you know, but like I still mishmash them together in my head because I'm only human. Don't put the blame on me. I'm only human. But still, fuck, man, I've seen Regenerator at least twice, probably 3 times. They're really good. It's basically like a really hot chick and a really hot dude, and I think they're married, and they do the gothic music, and they fucking rock. Like, they don't do, like, canned industrial or nothing. It's all, like, authentically made. Like, I'm not gonna criticize other artists and makers, because that's not my role in life. Alright, I'm not a fucking critic. I actually contribute. Critics contribute nothing but their worthless opinions, which sometimes help, but usually it's only when you're like a paid critic that like actually has a good opinion because that you're educated and you've consumed countless hours of, material and you know how to process it. Don't get me wrong, I can appreciate a hive mind critic, kind of like Rotten Tomatoes, It's like if that many people agree, then it must be true, right? But even they get it wrong, So, it's basically I take it all with a grain of salt. Because I watch what I watch and I like what I like. And it doesn't always conform to your idea of good quality shit. But you know what? I'm still gonna like what I like. Because I know thyself. I practice temet nosi. Thank you very much. Because I am the one. I've hung out with the Oracle once or twice. I can't remember it that well. But, it happens when you're the one. I'm really having fun with this. I'm practically on a tangent. It's practically a dark tangent. Oh wait, what were we just talking about? Regenerator, right? That's pretty good shit, man. I'd recommend that you download it if you get the chance. I don't know. Or you could go to Bandcamp and download just about any of these. You could pay for it, be all legit. Like, you don't have to be a scumbag like me. Nobody says you have to be. In fact, if you don't have to be, I respect that. Like, if you've earned a spot in society and you've really, really earned it, like, fuck, man, who am I to criticize that? I'm just saying a lot of us aren't that fucking lucky, and I'm not going to be apologetic about it, because I've contributed the fuck out of my ass to you people, only to be bullied and rejected and criticized when I should have actually continued on my path of genius. Like, the only reason I ever quit video games and more is because, guess what? It wasn't very rewarding. Most people thought I was a little too old to be playing video games and that I should just grow up. And, I did that. I joined a band, and then I had a tragic fatal rollover accident, and my life got ruined. And it's going to be the 20-year anniversary of that on the 27th. So yeah, thanks a lot, society, for criticizing the one thing that kept me busy, the one thing I was, like, good at, the one thing I was capable of, like, providing on a regular basis. Yeah, way to criticize the fuck out of me and make me feel like a nerd, like a little bitch. Actually, I say nerd, but you didn't make me feel like a nerd. You made me feel like a freak when you criticized and said, aren't you a little too old for video? And you know what? I'm only human. I know that a strong person would have kept playing video games and kept making the show. But I don't claim to be a strong person. I claim to be a sensitive, vulnerable person. And if you think I'm a dick and an asshole and a bitch and I whine a lot, well, you know what? I'm sorry. Alright? I don't mean to fucking ruin your life. I'm just trying to tell you that sometimes life ain't that pretty. And if you're a sensitive artist, it's going to be really ugly. And that's almost like a tragic, contradictory kind of thing. It's like an oxymoron. Like a happy-go-lucky artist but makes beautiful things, and they end up all fucking dirty and tainted because of, like, whatever reasons. You know, you motherfuckers are trying to think, oh, JJ, don't act so innocent. I've heard of the Zero Tolerance Task Force. That was a crazy, drugged-up, fucking wacko anarchist band. And that's when I have to say, oh, really? Was Lisa's father... Oh, really? Here, let me tell you how drugged up and crazy and anarchist the Zero Tolerance Task Force was. We were only criticizing things like, I don't know, the Iraq, Afghanistan, what was it called? It wasn't Desert Storm, it was the one that happened afterwards. You know, 9/11? What was that? I don't even know what it was called. I guess we were pissed at Afghanistan because they harbored Osama bin Laden. Oh, and by the way, it took Barack Obama to actually put an end to that threat. It wasn't George Bush. But anyways, yeah, we were basically criticizing all the fucking draconian? I think that's the word. Like when the Patriot Act happened and they took away all of our rights, like just in the blink of an eye, and all of you morons were just agreeing to it in an effort to be patriotic because you didn't want to get red flagged as a terrorist, you cowards! I still hate you for that. You want me to feel guilty like as if I disregard the tragedy known as 9/11 and the towers falling and all the helpless, vulnerable, innocent people that died? Man, that ain't me. I'm not the fortunate son. That ain't me. I'm practically ready to fucking cry thinking about it. It's like, imagine how helpless. Throwing yourself out of a window, dude. That's not cool. Alright? But you know what? You're not gonna manipulate me into being a little bitch just because, oh, a terrible thing happened. Okay? And the songs like Jesus Was a Sand N-Word, which, by the way, it's not called that. It's actually called something else. But I think you'll know what I'm talking about. You know, maybe. I don't know. I've seen the analytics. Maybe you won't. I don't know. It's okay. It doesn't matter. It's only 20 years. It's water under the bridge? No, that's not the right term. It's only, sands in the hourglass? Getting closer, but still. It's only healed scars! The scars are fucking healed! So, don't cry for me, Argentina. There, that's a better metaphor. Healed scars. They're very healed. They're not wide open. They're not bleeding. I mean, I know this. I was bleeding earlier out of my thumb when I did that mouse video. I think I was picking something off the ground and my thumb rubbed up against the concrete and it got all... It was pretty gross. There was a lot of blood. It would probably turn on a wannabe vampire gothic kid. You know, I listen to this fucking music, and you know, it's pretty fucking morbid, it's pretty fucking dark, but, you know, that's not what it's about. It's like life is morbid and dark. You can either dwell there, and live there forever, like some kind of a whiny emo kid, and don't take that personal whiny emo kid, because I'm about as emo, I'm more emo than you, so don't even take that personal. I'm just saying, there's certain states of mind that I'd rather not be living in. You know, I'd rather be living with an empowered state of mind rather than some kind of wishy-washy, oh, woe is me state of mind. You know, but when you get fucked over repeatedly, you kind of stay stuck in the wishy-washy, woe is me state of mind. No matter how hard you consciously try to fight against it, it's like if you have a rational mind and you've rationally been fucked over, you know, like kind of like that eBay thing I've been bitching about for a year where they kept $300 even though I sent the product back, and there's like literally no recourse because it took me like 60 days to notice, and if it's past 90 days you don't have the legal right to dispute or anything. And it's just like, oh, I'm glad justice has a time limit. You know, like I sent the fucking product back. I got the address wrong. I have the fucking box still. God damn you motherfuckers! You don't even care! But I do, because I'm broke as shit, man. And every dollar I spend is very well thought out. You don't even fucking care. You probably don't care about the mess I've made out of my room and the crazy obstacles I have to gymnastic my way over to get to this thing. It's alright. I'm a skateboarder. I'm agile. Yeah. I don't fucking care. If I fall, I will get up again. Trust me. I don't die. That's another thing. I'm practically a fucking vampire. I'm like some kind of Nosferatu Dracula, because no matter how many accidents I get into, no matter how many times I get beat up, no matter how many times I possibly overdose, yeah, I don't fucking die. So that's another reason gothic music's pretty cool. I'm basically immortal, as far as I know. Isn't that neat? Even though I still age. That's the thing. Vampires, they don't age. But yeah, man. This is such bullshit. Like, I got the address wrong. That's what that black line is. Like, they sent it back to me. And it's not really my fault, and it's not the seller's fault. It's actually the shipping company's fault, which is shippo.com. Okay. Like, I used them because I needed to get a label printed out. Like, I tried to go to the post office, but too many of you worthless humans were in line, and I couldn't wait that long because I need an opioid pill like every 10 fucking minutes, it feels like. So, like, I tried, but I'm like, dude, this line is way too long. I can't handle this. I gotta find an online solution. And so, yeah, shippo.com, they hooked me up. They gave me a good rate. Yeah, and gave me a label that went to the wrong fucking address. I tried to put the whole thing in properly, but they corrected me like I was some kind of retard. So I just went with what they thought because, hey, I must be a retard, right? I mean, I don't know. They're the shipping company, right? So naturally, yeah, I send the shit back, which is $300 worth of MIDI cards for my Roland JV1010. You know, it was like a dance one, blah, 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 blah. It's basically vintage music making equipment that I'm trying to keep alive because things move so quickly now. We have no history. It's all gonna fade. If you think that, like, you know, books fade into ashes ever so quickly, you should see how quickly bits, like ones and zeros, disappear from history. There's basically nothing to sustain them aside from the Internet Archive, if you think about it. But anyways, fuck, man. I feel like really ripped off by the world, and I have no fucking recourse. And this is merely the most recent example. And, you know, you might just think, oh, well, hey, JJ, the rules are really laid out. Okay, Zot, you got 90 days. Yeah, well, fuck your rules. They're not justice. Justice is feeling like you got a fair outcome at the end of the day. If you don't feel fairness, it's not justice. God. You're supposed to feel fair, even keel, even nice and square. You know what the word square means? It's kind of like J squared web hosting. I would advertise it, but you know, I'm not really taking on new customers right now. So that's what justice feels like. It feels like everything's square now. All right. And a lot of times in my dealings with humans, I end up feeling like I got the short end of the stick and I have very little options for getting justice. Because I'm just me. I'm already a fucked up retard. You know, I was born that way. After all the head injuries and accidents and drugs, yeah, I'm even more fucking helpless. So really, what room is there for me to get justice? I guess I'm getting it right now. I'm sorry it's at the expense of W2 Records, but you know what? Like I say, I think this could generate fans. It's a really good label with really good artists. What else do we got? We got Burning, Kill It With Fire. Dude, it's literally like I just posted nothing but gold. Like, I don't think there's one bad band that I posted. Like, everything I stole is basically stuff you could live your life by. Like, the lyrics are enough to live your life by, but the music will give you the energy to actually do it, you know? That's how that works. A lot of this underground music is high tempo, beats per minute, you know, high energy, kind of like, you know, it's almost like too intense. A lot of the punk rock, hardcore techno, gothic industrial, some of it might as well be speed metal, right? Well, I mean, let's be honest here. A lot of that speed mental? Exactly. That was a Freudian slip that actually makes sense. The speed mental, yeah, mental metal. It'll make you go mental if you're listening to the speed metal and all they sing about is Satan and darkness and worship the dark one and blah 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 blah. It's like the music might be good, but sometimes if the music is really good and you still can't figure out what the lyrics are, you might have to look them up because you're just like, look, I know this is awesome, but what are they really talking about? Because god damn it, it's got to be good. It's got to be fucking life changing. And you're thinking in the positive way, but it turns out to be like Screwdriver. It's like they're singing the lyrics from a Screwdriver song. What the fuck? Alright, I'm never playing this again. Take your screwdriver and shove it up your ass, alright? In your nostril? Pierce your brain? Yeah, that might even be a better idea. It's like, that might end your life. If you shove it up your ass, you're just gonna end up with a sore colon, I guess. Nah, man, fuck your fucking bullshit views. You're not looking out for humanity. You're not looking out for the fucking galaxy. Hypothetically, if aliens exist or whatever, you know, what are they gonna think if they meet some shithead like you that stands for nothing but like ignorance, violence, aggression, and like with not like a tiny amount of art in your soul whatsoever? You're basically just an oxygen waster. I hate to sound so critical like I'm some kind of a fascist Nazi pig, but somebody's gotta be. And I've had just enough of your shit. I'm about ready to be that guy. I've had to eat shit my whole life. And I've watched beautiful people die over and over again. And I know it's just gonna happen to me. And I'd at least like to bite a chunk out of shit before that happens. Because I think it's probably pretty far down the road. But God only knows, man. Fuck you! Fuck all y'all! If that makes you feel empowered, then I wasn't directing that at you. Anyways, you know this. I don't have to say it, but I will. Alright, Kill It With Fire. That's pretty good shit. Alright, what else? What else we got? Exhaust. That's one of those fun words. It's like a double entendre. You know what I mean? I've thought about this because I get exhausted. I'm exhausted right now. My neck still hurts. I'm gonna need an opioid in a second. But also, it's also like the thing that's killing us. Like the fucking exhaust from the petrochemical fueled machines of the world that are smothering the atmosphere, etc., etc. So it's ironic because it can mean two different things at the very least. There's probably other roads I could go down, but let's just say those two are enough to convey that whether you're just exhausted and ready to go to bed, or whether you're spitting exhaust out of your mechanical petrochemical vehicles, they both basically end up with you being laying on the ground with your eyes closed and you know, except in one scenario you're asleep, in the other scenario you're dead. Because, that's what the car exhaust will lead to. If it gets out of control. I think that's very far away. I don't think that's my lifetime. But I mean, probably someday. God only knows, man. God only knows. That's the kind of shit I get to. It's bad enough growing up with HIV/AIDS looming over you. Like any person you have sex with is going to give you AIDS. And then you get to watch the people that actually get it decay away into nothing. It's like, what's worse, watching a person with AIDS die or a person with cancer die? How about just watching a person die? That's pretty shitty. But what are people really concerned about? Maybe saving the planet? No, not really. No. No, that's kind of. No, JJ. No, it's about morality and music and video games. We've got to stop the violent video games and we have to stop the vulgar music. On top of that, by God, an X-rated movie can't be screened in a theater. R is as far as that's gonna go. It's like, these are not crimes. These are thoughts. There's actual crimes happening that affect us in reality that people just shrug off and ignore like nothing. Meanwhile, the thoughts are getting suppressed like a fire that needs a blanket thrown over it. Yeah, that's been my generation, my life. I'm glad all you kids are so fucking woke. I'm glad that my struggle for freedom of voice and opinion and the right to live meant something. Because god damn it, you deserve it. I wish I could get a piece of that though, because I'm still really fucked up in a lot of ways. My head, my fucking... Hey there. These weren't the safety shades I was looking for, but I guess I misplaced mine. So, wait a minute. Never mind. I saw. I really like these. They've got like the perfect amount of tinting mixed with the because I can like see, but things are still dulled down just a fraction, and they fit my head perfectly. I've actually had to fix these armbands a few times, like with like my rapid fuse super glue, and like with the screws, you know, because every pair of glasses has screws. That's why they sell eyeglass repair kits, and they come with little tiny magnifying glasses, like a munchkin might use. It's so cute, the little magnifying glass. And what else? Oh yeah, tiny little screwdriver, like a munchkin might use. Oh, glasses are made for munchkins apparently. But oh, they also have the screws. And yeah, man. I digress. So glad I could spot these. I just need them. They tone down the harshness of the world, that's for sure. Just one of the many things. That and the drugs I just took. Hey, where's my alcohol? I gotta stay drunk to do this. I gotta dull the harshness of the world to make it through. I don't want to go postal. That sounds horrible. Just imagine dying guilty. Like I'll bet the Columbine kids died guilty. Speaking of gothic music, gothic industrial music. Oh, anyways, where was I? Exhaust. Yeah, I guess you got to hear about the double entendre that I noticed. Anyways, oh, blackout. Don't even get me started, man. All these bands have very poignant names. Like they're dark and they're heavy and they're cool. Does that even make sense? I don't know. It does to me, but I'm pretty fucked up, I guess. Like in a lot of ways. I don't even approve. But still, that's why they make names and write lyrics and songs with those titles. They're kinda trying to draw attention to everything that's fucked. Right? Like, not the good way, not the pleasure-causing way, but more like the completely mind-warping version of fucked, you know? That one. Then we got Monstrum Sepsis. That's kind of like a Latin, kind of like... These guys are smart. You can tell. Pretty good music. Fucking, I've really been on a posting spree, I guess. Oh, and these guys, not only are they smart, they're prolific as well. We got Method Cell. Yeah, I practically live in a Method Cell, I'm pretty sure. What, because I'm such an amphetamine? No, method. Like a Java function? Like an object? Or, come on, get your minds out of the gutter, people. And hey, what if I was? Some of my best friends have been meth heads, okay? So just chill out, you judgmental fucks. Alright? Get over it. You don't know what it's like to cope when you're a survivor. God only knows what you might end up doing. You know? Why don't you go through the trauma and then figure out what it takes to survive and then judge? Because trauma is fucking trauma, and there's no good cure for it yet. Some people call it shell shock, other people just call it trauma. And yeah, you get to live with it, and it ain't pretty. Even my old man did, and sometimes I thought he was a little bit of a drama queen. I'd be like, look, Father, I've heard this story like 100 times now about the time that you were bored after school playing with your friend, your one best friend that was kind of a slow kid, but he actually was friends with you because he didn't judge you for being a half-breed white Mexican, you know, which was a really dirty, nasty thing to be back in the 1940s. He was basically a tainted piece of shit dog person because he was too white for a Mexican and he was too fluent in Spanish to be like, you know, a white. So like he's hanging out with the one friend that he has because of racism and discrimination and prejudice in a blue collar mining town that is now a very liberated LGBT place, by the way. How ironic is that? I guess it ended up the way it should be, but at the same time, it doesn't erase the pain and suffering that I'm going through that is basically a result of the pain and suffering and prejudice that my father went through. Because if he would have been supported, man, I'd be like a silver spoon sucking motherfucker, wouldn't I? My spoon would be so silver I'd have blue blood, right? How gothic would that be? I'd be fucking awesome, man, if I had some blue blood. Every goth chick in town would be up. Well, they already are up on my junk, but that's only when I leave the house, you know. They'd be up knocking on my door. I'd be like, "Who are you?" "I hear you have blue blood, JJ. Can I suck it? I need to drink. Can I put it in my vial?" Be like, "Maybe. What do you bring for an offering? What sacrifice do you bring to die?" Nah, seriously though, it's basically fucked. And so what? Well, you know, playing after school with his best friend, you know, they found his stepfather's handgun in his like area, his work area, and of course, the kid, the slightly slow, you know, special kid, probably wasn't even that slow. He's probably undereducated. But I digress. I wasn't there. I just got to hear the story 100 fucking times about the fucking kid taking the gun. Actually, I think my father took the gun out of the drawer. Like, he knew where it was. And he was like, they were just bored kids looking around a father's, what do they call that room? A study? It was basically like a white trash hillbilly study. You know, if you can imagine what that might be like. I'm still trying to figure that out after all these years. And like, so what? Look, man, he should be happy to have a father, right? He could have had a single mother, you know, so you end up with a hillbilly white trash guy that works you to death and fucking asks you to scare off mountain lions when they're stuck in the tree in your front yard, rather than doing it themselves. They put you on the line instead, because, hey, you're young. If the mountain lion attacks you, you'll live through it. It's like, hey, you know what? That doesn't sound like the best stepfather, but it's better than none at all, right? Hypothetically. Like, it's better to have a family. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I'm basically a gothic kid, so seriously, I don't know. I think I'm pretty confused on all of the things you believe. But, point is, the kid blew his brains out. You know, he's playing with the gun. He dropped it. And my old man was so scared it was gonna get broken. Because he was scared of his stepfather. This was the kind of guy that would say, "Hey, there's a mountain lion in the tree. Why don't you scare it away? Why don't you go, shoo, mountain lion, shoo?" And then the mountain lion, it'll probably go, and you know, that's not meant to scare you. That's just what it does because it's helpless. That means you're winning the fight, boy. So just sort of like poke the mountain lion with a stick until you start to hear, and then that's when you can basically lay off and it'll probably run away on its own. Yeah, that sounded like a really fun day. Not traumatic at all. Well, anyways, naturally my old man was so scared to get in trouble and face the wrath of his stepfather that he caught the firearm as his fucking retard friend was dropping it. And guess what? He caught it. Poor guy. He fucking caught it and it went off. He gripped it when he caught it. And naturally, his gripping human fingers fucking pulled the trigger, and his fucking best friend got his brains blown out right in front of him, and he got to live with that the rest of his fucking life. And you know, I heard the story so many times Sometimes I'd be laying on the ground and he'd be spooning me when I was like this tall, and he'd be telling me bedtime stories trying to get himself to sleep, you know, like a real man does, you know? Because real men don't sleep easy. Real men, they got lots of problems. If you don't have lots of problems, you're not a real man. You basically lived a charmed, fortunate son life, and I'm basically jealous of you. I don't judge you. I don't hate you, but I'm super jealous because real men, we get shit tons of horrible, horrible problems that we got to live with. And then when people call us losers, failures, slackers, fucking ingrates, oh no, don't even go there. You can call me a slacker, you can call me all those other words, and I'll basically take it with a grain of salt. Don't you dare fucking call me an ingrate. I literally take nothing for granted. Like, I have a bunch of knickknacks and garbage on my camera that you see all the time, and I use those knickknacks and garbage to do things like my goddamn computer mouse experiment that I hope you watched earlier. I'm getting a knock on the door. Excuse me, I gotta mute the mic. God damn it, man. People are such a pain in the ass sometimes. Like, I swear, I gotta get up and answer the door, go through all this bullshit in the middle of my fucking stream. So much bullshit. It's like people cause me nothing but problems, basically. It's no wonder I'm such a broken. Mm, mm. But no, I'm not an ingrate. You can call me a slacker. You can call me a fucking idiot. Call me a fucking copycat. You're on thin ice if you call me that. If you try to call me a poser or a copycat, I'll accept it merely because of the fact I've been influenced by geniuses. Okay? So some of my ideas are not original, but the way I implemented them usually, if I've ever stolen an idea in my entire life, it was more like paying homage because I implemented their idea in a completely different way. That's how that works. You're not looking at a copycat. Fuck no. I'm not going to plagiarize a document and then submit it like as if I wrote it. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit too. What's the word? I'm a little bit too proud of my brain and what I'm capable of to actually go to those lengths. Like, I'm not trying to climb the ladder of life that fucking hard. I'd rather live like a starving artist than try to take credit for something I haven't done. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. That's pretty good. For example, I really like making my own pizza. Excuse me if I'm talking with my mouth full. I don't know if I am. There's a difference between talking and mumbling. Anyways, I might be mumbling with my mouth full. That's probably what I'm doing. God damn. When was the last time I did eat? I can't even remember. It's been a long time. I think it might have been like, yeah, I told you guys I woke up at midnight. Basically missed out on the holiday, but literally the only thing going on was my retarded neighbors, civility retarded. Okay, I don't think they were mentally retarded. They were civility retarded. Because, like, if you're going to buy fireworks, gee, I don't know. Why don't you let them off, like, somewhere else? Do you really need to let them off in your neighborhood? I mean, give me a break. It's a pretty peaceful neighborhood. It's kind of like why everybody ended up here, you know? Because it's basically, you could live downtown where everything's happening. Could be a hipster. Or you could live in my neighborhood where there's a lot of like mellow people that just keep to themselves because they'd rather, not affect anybody. But you got some of these renters or whatever letting off firecrackers like fucking maniacs. Like, why don't you go somewhere else? I understand you paid money for those and you're just trying to enjoy the holiday. You know what? That's perfectly respectable and acceptable. But you gotta do it in your. What's that saying? Don't throw rocks when you live in a glass house? Or how about the one, don't poo poo where you live or eat? Don't poo poo where you eat. That's right. I'm trying not to think too hard about that one because I'm in the middle of like pizza. I digress. That was fun. Sleeping through it, I don't really regret it. Um, but yeah, man. I guess I woke up and had a bowl of breakfast cereal. I'm not totally starving. Sorry. If there's something better on, you can change the channel. I mean, I know we were having a pretty good gothic industrial music discussion, but what am I going to do? Let this go cold? That would be tragic. What a waste of a hot slice of pizza wrap. I digress. What's more tragic than wasted opportunity? Gee, I don't know. Wasted potential, perhaps? I don't know. Have there been any scientific studies on which is more sad and pointless? Wasted opportunity or wasted potential? Which is sadder? I don't know. You tell me. I got an opportunity for hot pizza. I'm not going to turn it into a sad thing. Almost done. Excuse me. Mumbling with my mouth full. Here, you know what? I forgot. Yeah, I'm a rebel and I'm a kid at heart. So I gotta do this. I've never done this on any stream ever before. A part of me has always wanted to. Alright, let's do this. You ready? I think you know what I'm gonna do, so you can look away if you have to. I bet that was pretty nasty. I'm sorry. I'll try and I'm still wondering in my mind if I'm gonna try to watch that later or not, or avoid it rather. I try to review these streams, but if I can remember to, I think I'll skip past that part. I don't need to see the horrors that you just saw. It's like there weren't even any dead people involved, and I'll bet that was still horrible, right? Oh man. Ew. Pretty good crust. Not bad, not bad. Pretty gothic, right? Watching a dude dressed in black eat pizza. How more goth can you get, right? I guess I could be reading Edgar Allan Poe poetry and like eating pizza. That's a little too highbrow, though. I don't want to come off as like some hoity-toity mofo. I'm not that kind of vampire. I'm a vampire just like you. No white collar vampires up in here. Strictly working class or maybe even less than. That's what kind of vampires we got like rat blood drinkers up in this Bright Idea studio. A part of Bright Idea Records at brightidearecords.com with your CEO and proprietor JJ Styles, located at the Zot the Avenger Rule stream on twitch.tv. I bet you thought I wasn't going to keep that straight, right? How drunk do you think I am? Speaking of which, you know, I really got to get another drink. I'm going to play some of this music, and I hope it doesn't get muted. But I know that if it does, we'll all be able to live with that. Alright? I know that, like, the copyright thing, it's whatever. I literally just got reprimanded about it a few hours ago when I was playing that Skater XL video game. So, yeah, I got reprimanded, I got scolded in the form of email and whatnot. And even worse is the fact that, like, part of my voice was muted because their stupid algorithm didn't detect that the copyrighted material was over in time. Because I basically, once I started talking, basically the copyright infringement ended because it wasn't an exact replica. So I'm gonna play some music and fill up my cup, and we'll be back.
fell apart and then I hung them with it. Well, Jim, Jimmy and Janice kill the fucking sissies, watch movies about them. Hope I died like Elvis Presley. Flush down the toilet, don't vote it and empty. Oh my god, I killed Jesus Christ. I watch it on TV every night. Killed him myself, caught it on tape. Selling everyone afterlife, hey. Everyone knows I shot him down. I camera watched him hit the ground. I told you guys I shot him down on TV. Everyone knows I shot him down. I camera watched him hit the ground. Next time you see me, I'll be dead on TV. Everyone knows I shot him down. I camera watched him hit the ground. I told you guys I shot him down on TV. Everyone knows I shot him down. I camera watched him hit the ground. Next time you see me, I'll be dead on TV. Everyone knows I shot him down. I camera watched him hit the ground. I told you guys I shot him down on TV. Everyone knows I shot him down. I camera watched him hit the ground. Next time you see me, I'll be dead on TV.
Oh, it's almost psychedelic, but the song that I pirated from the site that I hacked is over with. So I should probably really get back to this. But oh, an hour of what now? Oh, dude, I love Fallout, man. That post-apocalyptic shit. Oh yeah. Wait, who? Oh, of course, the Rockabilly Bully Kid. Tunnel snakes are badass. You don't fuck with the snakes, dude. No, they're badass, dude. They got switchblade combs and everything, man. I wouldn't fuck with them if I were you. You know what? If my mom got attacked by rad roaches, I'd be crying pretty hard too, probably. But yeah, I understand. Yeah, Butch is kind of a little bitch. Yeah, that's good shit, man. I can't believe that happened, and that was in the fucking. You're the overseer. You're not the fucking chosen one. They translated that into that. Yeah, man, you're shelter. I get it. I get it. That's crazy. That's cool. They went the extra mile to translate that story. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess. I mean, you know what? People are guilty. People live with a lot of guilt. So sometimes you can take what you want because they want you to, because they think it'll alleviate their guilt, because they're such materialistic, shallow, fucking cartoon characters of what a real person is. So, you know what? Take his jacket, dude. He'll feel less guilt if you do. I know, because the armor, it's not going to really protect you from the cold harshness of the rad scorpions and the bandits, the raiders. You know, usually the legendary or epic shit has an extra, like, boost of armor, even if it doesn't look like it would. I mean, it sounds like it would. That's the horse, the rocking horse, right? Bitter Cup, yeah, the little rocking horse. Oh, well, what's the fucking horse that I'm thinking of? Oh, okay, I dig it. That's a good name for a gun. Right, 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 right. No, I dig it, dude. It sounds like good missions. It's good to keep scared people busy. It's just like William Riker says, you know, I'll make it through the fucking negotiations, okay, Deanna Troy, but you got to keep the crew busy if the tensions are high, and you're sensing that with your psychic ability, all right? So go keep the people busy. They're scared. I really think those are overrated. I mean, I know you can make bombs out of a Nuka-Cola Quantum, but it's really, I don't know. I can make a bomb out of anything. Oh, you're getting high on them? Okay. That makes sense. Fuck, man, I should probably get high on my Nuka-Cola Quantums. I've just been, like, selling them for caps and shit all this time. Well, just in general, you know. I don't really drink a lot of the. I don't really partake in a lot of the chems. I always take the sugar bombs, you know, like in Fallout 3, hypothetically, because, you know, it's like a big mission, and I feel like by completing it, I deserve the sugar bombs. Get all fucking spun out on the freaking jet, you know? The chemist? Yeah, the guy that's like a Heisenberg, but in ghoul form. Yeah.
I'll be bombing all your cities, I'll be killing all your children, I'll be raping all your women, I'll be burning up your oil, I'll be fucking your religion while I'm selling the world these lies. Whoa, whoa, you'll be worshipping my dollar, you'll be starving on TV, you'll be famous while you're dying, but you'll finally be free. Now I'm leaving you with nothing but a broken democracy. Day American. Woke up early Tuesday 'cause my mom had said I loved her, then I doused her with gasoline. Packed my lunch and went to school and tried up all my friends and teachers. I had proof that it'll be a thing. And you can't say it's come to the surprise. Your bench is cheap, it's time I should take mine. You know it's gonna make damn good TV.
He's the queen of the scene, top of the trash. Digital smackdown with a respectable rash. Caught on the common, he's a methadone priest. You see him on onslaught, she's the Bobby Moore beast. She's a cyber slut. She won't do it for nobody but me. She's a cyber slut. She won't do it. She won't do it. Head-on collision, questions with cash, sweat on the window and blood on the dash. It's celebrity A-list, they pay for her smile. It's like throwing little puppies to the crocodile. She's a cyber slut. She won't do it for nobody but me. She's a cyber slut. She won't do it. She won't do it. I'm a slut, I'm a slut, I'm a slut, I'm a slut. She's a slut, she's a slut, she's a slut, she's a slut. Said she was 30, she looked a lot older. I wanted suffrages, but I got the hot shoulder. Drugs and sex, it's the drugs and sex.
Terribly expensive clothes from Harmony.
She's a cyber slut. She won't do it for nobody but me. She's a cyber slut. She won't do it. She won't do it. I'm a slut, I'm a slut, I'm a slut, I'm a slut. She's a slut, she's a slut, she's a slut, she's a slut. I'm a slut, I'm a slut, I'm a slut, I'm a slut. She's a slut, she's a slut, she's a slut, she's a slut. She's a cyber slut.
Oh my god, no!
She won't do it for nobody but me. She's a cyber slut.
Caught in that hotel room, prostitutes, Rolls Royces parked outside.
She's a cyber slut.
You'll never, never go to
She
heaven.
won't do it for nobody but me. She's a cyber slut.
Oh no, no!
She won't do it. She won't do it.
How could this happen to a network preacher?
Blue eyes, my legs are long. Makeup administered by Revlon. Acres of muscle, it's summer ice ski. Ride in my car and see the real me. The things I wear change the way I feel. Everybody's fake, then everybody's real. But I don't wanna be everybody. I wanna be a celebrity. I wanna be a celebrity. I wanna be a celebrity. Shopping in Deptford, purchase the must-have. I'm driving my Lexus, I'm watching the Javs. It's a credit card lifeboat in the overdraft sea. Cut up those cards, plastic surgery. Hear me sing, watch me dance. I've got so much talent, won't you give me a chance? It's New York, London, Paris for me. I wanna be a celebrity. I wanna be a celebrity.
Richard, Judy, Jamie, Jules, Chantal, Chico, Jacko, D. I want to be a celebrity. Jordan, Beyonce, Hello, Vogue, Colleen, Big Brother, Kylie Minogue. Recycled cliches, repetition's the key. I want to be a celebrity.
Oh yeah! I wanna be a celebrity. I wanna be a celebrity. All rounds of possible, processing pleasure. Life's a performance, turned into leisure. Illusion and image, merged into me. I wanna be a celebrity. I'm gonna be a celebrity. I'm gonna be a celebrity. I'm gonna be a celebrity.
your place when you look in the mirror. You'll see my face, you're my number one target. You're top of my list, can't taste it, can't see it, it's odorless. Anyone else would have kept their mouth shut, but I love the thought of being their side slut. In the neon lights, waiting under the covers. I think I've fallen for my date rate lovers. I wanna tell it to my sisters and my brothers. I think I've fallen for my date rate lovers. I'm down on my knees, yes, I'm down on my knees. I'm down on my knees for my date rate lovers. Down on my knees, I'm begging, no please. I'm down
others.
As me and Curlian discuss our way back to the Palace of Splendor, we contemplate another long, long night of unpacking Rocky's invisible suitcase.
Hit the deck, boy. Get down in a drive-by.
Tommy lost his job in the city crash. He's got dirty trainers now, he's trailer park trash. His money's gone, and his wife's left town. He's in life's elevator, and it's on the way down.
I'm in heaven with my AK-47. I'm in heaven with my AK-47. I'm in heaven with my AK-47. Papa's got a brand new gun. Whack me off with a Kalashnikov.
He's playing a god, he's gonna start a new trend. Now they won't laugh, he's got a new friend. Loads up his gun, he hangs his head and cries. And now everybody's gonna have those bloodshot eyes. The company folded, you can see the creases. It's peace in the world, or the world in pieces. He shines at night, he's like a rising star. But he keeps breaking down like a crybaby war.
I'm in heaven with my AK-47. I'm in heaven with my AK-47. I'm in heaven with my AK-47. Papa's got a brand new gun. I'm in heaven with my AK-47. I'm in heaven with my AK-47. I'm in heaven with my AK-47. Papa's got a brand new gun. Can't sleep at night without an overnight.
His life's in crisis, now he's lived in hell. He says that heaven's a much better place. Well, I really don't care what Jesus said, cause now I just wanna see his face.
For not understanding, for not being more perceptive, for not being aware enough, for not giving enough.
I'm in heaven with my AK-47. I'm in heaven with my AK-47. I'm in heaven with my AK-47. Papa's got a brand new gun. I'm in heaven with my AK-47. I'm in heaven with my AK-47. I'm in heaven with my AK-47.
I met her out here on a business trip. She took me home and did the Gaza Strip. Took me clubbing, scored some from galley. Spent my night down Chemical Alley. It's gonna be one hell of a summer. My baby's a suicide bomber. It's gonna be one hell of a summer. My baby's a suicide bomber. She said, "Nice weapon." I thought she meant me. She had her eyes on my RPG. I thought it was love. I needed a push. She misunderstood me when I said I like Bush. I pray, you pray, not for long. I hear the people say 100 years of bad karma. My baby's a suicide bomber. It's gonna be one hell of a summer. My baby's a suicide bomber. Suicide bomber. Suicide bomber. Suicide bomber. Suicide bomber. I saw my lover on Al Jazeera. Nice girl, but I wouldn't stand near her. She's a Baghdad butcher, dressed in drag. She's got a present in her shoulder bag. No fun, don't cry. You can kiss your ass goodbye. Full stop, no comma. My baby's a suicide bomber. It's gonna be one hell of a summer. My baby's a suicide bomber. 100 years of bad karma. My baby's a suicide bomber. It's gonna be one hell of a summer. My baby's a suicide bomber. Suicide bomber. Suicide bomber. Suicide bomber. Suicide bomber. It's gonna be one hell of a summer. My baby's a suicide bomber. 100 years of bad karma. My baby's a suicide bomber. You can kiss your ass.
Volume resistors, capacitance leaks, screaming transistors, audio freaks, inner groove circuit, surface retort, transform attention as your speakers distort, flux linking primary to secondary, alternate my currents, electricity, zitty, 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 zitty,
Overhead cables, the singing of wires, the melting of glass.
rotation of magnets, the speed of your lawyer, voltage induced, paranoia, heart stopping third rail you just didn't see, last trip on the main line, electricity, zitty, 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 zitty,
What's up, everybody? I hope you've enjoyed the extended music break. Brought to you by the Thought Criminals and Dead on Television. Which are the WT2 record company artists. So that's what that is. I had took an extended break. I got company coming over, and you gotta coordinate that shit. And don't want to be rude. I'm gonna be working on some new hardware. I guess like some kind of it sounds like a Raspberry Pi, but it does emulator stuff built into the firmware. I'm gonna try to rip the firmware. That's the first thing I'm gonna do, because I want to see what makes this a quote-unquote retro gaming console. So I'm sure it has something to do with the ROM. You know what I mean? Remember back when the first Apple computers, nobody had the source code to the ROM, and they kept it all hella secret, because open source didn't exist yet? And what? What about it? Well, somebody hacked it and released it, open source Mac ROM. It was a pretty big deal. I don't know. I wasn't really a part of it because I was too little. I was this tall! But it happened, and I think I heard about it, but I didn't know what a ROM was back then. Good times. Anyways, yeah, man, I'm gonna fucking crack that shit. It's probably not even encrypted. There's probably no cracking involved. But, whatever. You can't be rude to your hookups, right? That would be rude. So, I can be rude to you, but I apologize if I am. So, I would just like to make up for it by saying thank you for watching the Zot the Avenger Rules stream on twitch.tv. And, be sure to check out the jjstyles0001 stream if you get the chance here on twitch.tv, because that's like the Zot the Avenger Rules channel, but even more raw, if you can imagine that. If you can believe that, well, whatever, man. It's true. I'm not lying. I'm gonna turn off the music. Hey, cut the music, man. Cut it. Cut it. Cut the fucking music. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just... When you ask to have the music cut, it better be cut, right? Cut the music. So, I don't know if you thought that was antisocial music or not. Some of the topics, I know the Thought Criminals are especially controversial with their ideas. Some people might take offense, probably because they're insecure and they relate a little too much to the criticism, because they're little pussy-ass bitches that can't imagine that they're possibly living a completely fucked up the ass lifestyle, metaphorically speaking. I wish I had a better metaphor to use, because I mean, Hey man, if you're down with being fucked up the ass, that's your prerogative. But I gotta use figures of speech to get my points across. And like literally, if you're living a fucked up the ass lifestyle, you know, you might as well stick your head in the sand like an ostrich. And then somebody can walk up and, you know, fuck you up the ass because you got your head in the dirt like an ostrich. Like, the ostrich rape must be through the roof. Like, if you think about it, I think the girl ostriches stick their heads in the sand. So what's to stop a boy ostrich from just being all... I digress. They're birds. I don't understand their culture. Why would I? I'm a mammal. A tit-sucking mammal. Like all of you people watching my stream. I know you probably sucked a tit at least once. Like, I got put on the formula pretty quickly because of colic. But you know what? I respect and appreciate that. Because, you know what? I really didn't want to be sucking on my mommy's titties anyways. I wanted to be sucking on your titties, or maybe your mommy's titties. Since I was this tall. Oh. So fuck it, man. I'm glad I got the formula. I didn't even need to start an Oedipus complex that early in life. Thank you very much. I'm just saying. I'm not better than you. No, trust me. I got lots of hang-ups. I got lots of problems. Lots of difficulties. I'm just saying the Oedipus thing is one complex I can do without. Because me and my mom, we're pretty tight these days. You know? We're like... I can't even think of the right hand gesture. But, like, here, how's about this? We got each other's backs. Like, those are her eyes. Those are my eyes. You know? Basically, we're secure. Like, it wasn't always like that. Because she tried to be one of those domineering cunt mothers. It's all like, a helicopter mom, I think is the term. She's all like up my ass, trying to tell me, don't smoke, don't drink. Oh, you're gonna kill yourself. Oh, JJ. Oh, God, I'm so disappointed in you. I'm just like, you know what, Mom? I grew up, I really liked you. I looked up to you. You were like this liberated woman that did... You were more than a housewife, and I respected that. But you're being such a dumb cunt these days, I don't respect you. And in fact, you only annoy me. Because I don't give a fuck what you think, let alone what anybody thinks. I'll drink myself to death if I feel the need, but I don't even drink like that. I'm more of like a cocktail person. I don't even do shots, yo. Shots make me want to barf. I'm just saying. You know what I mean, people? Like, seriously, don't cry for me, Argentina. And while we're at it, don't worry about me. I got my shit on lockdown. If you want to worry about me, go to brightidearecords.com, buy a fucking song, and help me become a celebrity so I can escape the endless societal trap known as destitution and generational poverty. Alright? That's what you can... Don't tell me to quit my vices, which are my crutches, which are necessities to get me through a lifetime of injuries, mental trauma, and otherwise just like dreams and hopes, and like every time a dream would come true, it basically got sizzled out. Like when I got to be a computer security professional, that lasted for about a month before one of my peers, my fellow... You've heard this story. I don't want to relive it. You know. Fuck that guy. Kelly? What kind of man's name is that anyways? You know, I got family named Kelly, and I don't appreciate a fucking backstabber Judas coworker named Kelly. Is that really the best your parents could come up with? You conspiratorial little asshole. You throw me under the bus. And what's your name? You full-grown ass man. The guy must have been 6'3". He must have weighed 350 fucking pounds. A gigantic Goliath of a human putting little old me under the bus. Way to go. I hope your roommate really appreciates their $16 an hour job as much as I did, because it was basically the greatest opportunity I ever had. I'd call it the greatest job I ever had, but I didn't get to work it long enough. Anyways, like I said, thank you for watching the Zot the Avenger Rules stream here on Twitch TV, where I'm exposing my federal crimes out in the open because the statute of limitations expired 5 fucking years ago. I feel like such a fucking noob, man. But anyways, that was just a sampling of some of the music. If you're just tuning in, it would only be the polite thing to do to show you like what I'm talking about. So let's shrink this. It's not about me, it's more about the content, really. I'm a content creator, and if I'm not creating the content, well, I'm at least a content sharer. I'm not a fucking attention whore, that's for sure. If I act like an attention whore, it's really just to get your interest. Maybe captivate you and get you to actually pay attention to the awesome shit that I'm into. Because my tastes, I should be a tastemaker. My tastes are so good. But anyways, what a guerrilla tactic I'm using, right? Let's share the music I stole, and then maybe people get into it. Hey, you know, it's not that weird. It's only weird that I'm talking about it out in the open, right? Most people wouldn't do that. Hell, most people that post shit on Usenet don't use their real handles. I mean, hello, that's pretty ridiculous for me to go and put something like jjstyles0001 on all this DMCA pirated content. What kind of ridiculous person am I? The kind of ridiculous person that never took the fucking DMCA or nor the MPAA. Like, I never took that shit seriously. And fuck the RIAA too while we're at it, okay? They can all just, like, suck my nuts. You know, there's, like, royalty agencies known as, like, Harry Fox for mechanical royalties. There's, like, ASCAP, BMI, and CSAC for, like, the North American. And that's with regards to music. I'm not gonna get into the film industry because that's not what my... that doesn't pertain to this. But the fact of the matter is like, don't cry for them, Argentina. Like when Metallica cried and Lars, that little bitch, and when Papa Het, that spineless maggot, basically that's the scenario. That's the dichotomy. Is Lars is the whiny little bitch saying, "Give me money," and Papa Het, he's the spineless worm that says, "Yeah, give him money. It's only right." By the way, I'm totally punk rock. Look at all these songs I know how to play. Like, fuck you, Papa Het. Fuck you, Lars. You sellout little bitches. And now the whole world idolizes them. And all I can do is shrug my shoulders and go, I guess the world is filled with morons that are easily influenced by tools and sellouts. Gee, I have so much respect for you. You fucking spineless. You know, I may live with a lot of back pain. I may be addicted to opioids, but at least I have a spine. You know what I mean? God damn. We are all mammals. We are all born with spines. But somehow some people evolve and lose theirs. And I'm the one that ends up looking like a fucking loser. Yeah. Because I maintain my spine. Hey, welcome back. Who, me? Anybody. Welcome back to the JJ Style. Oh, wait. That's a different channel. Welcome back to the Zot the Avenger rules. And he really does. That guy, he totally rules. Have you ever watched him play a video game? He's like really good. But I'm his producer, JJ Styles, and we're streaming. You know, I have some very important plans lined up. I think PewDiePie basically dared me to do it. Like, not literally, not directly. Like, he didn't say it to my face. Like, he didn't say, "Hey, Dot. Hey, JJ. Yeah, you may be the original streamer, but I'd like to see you try to stream all the crap you've made 24/7. I'll bet you can't do that, right?" That's basically kind of what he said to me when he started up his, like, constant stream here on Twitch. He basically was flaunting it in my face. Like, he's, like, just that awesome of a content creator that he's, like, the only person that can do that. I'm like thinking to myself, you know, PewDiePie, I was making videos like when you were still in diapers, bro. You were crapping your little baby diapers, and I was making video game videos. Okay, homeboy? So I got mad respect because once you stopped shitting your diapers and you got big enough to make videos yourself, you know, you made some pretty good videos. Alright, but still, I'm like your dad, man. I was making them when you were pissing your little pissy diapers. So don't expect me to respect him like he's a god, because I was a god when he was pissing his diapers. So fuck you. Alright? I have so much mad respect for myself. You can never, ever, ever, ever hurt me, at least on an emotional or mental level. Like, I could be the most despicable person. I could probably, like, rob your house, rape your kid, fucking shit in your pillowcase, and then stream it on the internet the whole time, and you still couldn't convince me I'm a bad person, even if I was even willing to do that, which I'm not. I wouldn't do any of those things in reality. But I'm serious. If I was, you couldn't even convince me I was a bad person, because you deserve it. I've been through enough, and you know what? You never lifted a finger to make my life easier. So fuck you, and I'll probably fucking rape your dog too with a dildo, because I'm not gonna use my own dick to do that. That's fucking weird. But yeah, man, is there a broomstick handy? I'll fucking molest your kids, rob your safe, and all your savings. You couldn't even make me feel bad about it. Because I have a heart made of gold. I desire world peace more than anything. Like, if I had a fucking, a weak moment? Does that sound like a... Oh my god. I'm sorry. The English... Yeah, a weak moment? Sure. Yeah, Zot, that covers it. Yeah, to say the least. Okay. I'm sorry. That's kind of like swatting a fly with a Buick, right? I'm like, look, you can't make me feel bad, shameful, or guilty. Like, if you tried. I'm lucky to be alive. I've been up through a lot of near-death experiences, so, like, literally... I just do I'm practically like a vigilante, except I don't wear a mask. So, and well, I say practically because I don't really stop crimes. I'm more like some kind of weird vengeance seeker, like a Punisher or a Rorschach. But I don't actually use violence. Nah, I just use my freedom of speech. That's a critical part of it. Not that anybody really listens. I'm not really an influencer, a celebrity, or a tastemaker. But, you know, I like to think that I'm influencing other people that maybe have a desire to be like Zot the Avenger. You know, I didn't know it at the time. I just thought it sounded cool, you know, to be an Avenger. But, it's like if you can find a way to be a hacktivist in some kind of a way that makes sense to you, you know? I know that if you take that path, you might have a lot of temptation to just go and totally pwn whatever low-hanging fruit you might have managed to pwn, take over. And I mean, hey, more power to you. It's all basically practice and skill points at the end of the day. But, you don't have to do anything harmful necessarily. A lot of these fucking black hat hackers are real concerned about wiping the log files and leaving no trace, like some kind of super elite super ninja or whatever. And it's like, yes, I guess that's the preferable way to behave, but it takes a lot of time. And let's say you compromise the system nice and easy, and you want to, let's say you're actually kind of an ethical gray hat more than a black hat, and you'd really like to tell these people like what's wrong with their system, but you're a nobody that has no reputation, and when you try to contact people and that's your status, you're not only like ignored, but if you manage to get attention, you're basically a nuisance and you're not trusted and your word isn't taken seriously. They figure that you're just one of many social engineering, malware distributing, virus spreading motherfuckers, because there's a lot of people out there besides you. Like, if you're legit, guess what? There's 10 times at least as many of you, and if you try to use like traditional channels of communication, these people are already going to be jaded. Their heart is already broken and they're already ready to shoot you down like nothing, because they know better than to trust every little fucking paranoia generating naysayer that says, oh, your shit's going down, you gotta do this. Because if you listen to the naysayers, guess what? You're never gonna make any progress, because you're gonna be trying to compensate for all of the criticism the naysayers throw at you. So essentially, sometimes you can be a white hat motherfucker and just wanting to like tell people, hey, some shit's up, but there's no real way to do it. So basically, don't erase the log files. Just leave a bunch of fucking footprints all over the system and leave a bunch of little web shells all over the place. And they'll get the point that they should probably hire a computer security company to come in and tighten up their ship. Because if you try to cover your tracks too hard, they're never going to learn a thing. And what good is that really going to do anybody? I mean, once you got root, you basically get to do what you want to do. And if you hold on to root, that's only going to turn you into a materialistic type of person. If you're trying to set up a botnet, that may work out for you for a little while, but it's only going to make you one of the most materialistic people on the planet. Because once you got a legion of 40,000, 50,000, a million fucking bots available at a keystroke, think about it. Think about how bad it hurts once you lose that, because you've been exposed and people start patching their systems. It's only going to hurt that much more when it's taken away, no matter how much fun you might be having with a million computers under your control. It's really not going to help you develop as a human being. I think it'll help you develop more if you just do it on a personal level. I mean, I know I seem like a really upset person that's very dissatisfied with life. And I'll give you that. I am, and I do, and it is. But my standards are so fucking high of what I expect from a so-called civilized society that it's only natural. I'd be disappointed no matter what. So, like, if I give you advice, it's like, think about it. It's a disappointed person trying to share wisdom about what makes a disappointed person a little bit, a fractionally less disappointed, which might be worth more money than money itself. Because unless you've done it yourself, like, you don't know this. I'm basically saving you time. And time is more precious than money. So, my insights and wisdom, if you've never actually done what I've done, are very, very valuable. And I'm very open and honest about it because I basically haven't committed any crimes or hurt anybody. I can literally talk about this openly now more than ever because, like, the entire world is concerned with computer security and privacy. And I've been playing this game so long, I understand why. You know, it's because of hacking organizations and groups like Anonymous. You know, the Guy Fawkes V for Vendetta people. You know, because, like, in the 20 aughts and the 1990s, you know, it was basically like the Hackers movie with Johnny Lee Miller and Angelina Jolie. Basically, if you broke the law, the government had unlimited resources to hunt you down and make you suffer. And then somehow the hacking became so prevalent in the 20 teens and so many leaks occurred, you know, and shit became just so blown up and wide open, you know, with regards to that. And everybody was really anonymous too, because there was like a lot of encryption and a lot of proxies, like go-betweens in use. So they're obfuscating the original source that did the hack to begin with. So you got all these random crimes with millions of victims, you know, and there's nobody to prosecute because they're basically anonymous, just like the gang name, right? And so when you got that many victims, who do you hold accountable? What does justice do? Oh, well, you blame the fucking system administrators, of course, because they're the dumbasses that left the fucking system wide open, right? Gee, I think me and most of my DEF CON friends, and yeah, we'd been saying that for like, what? At least I went to DEF CON 6, so I'd probably been saying that for 15 fucking years. Like, just because a system has such shitty security, a child could crack it. Like, literally. Like, just because the system is that easy to crack, is that any reason to prosecute the hacker? Or does it make more sense to prosecute the administrators? The people getting paid to do a job? Like, this person is a hobbyist. The hacker, they're not even unless they're a part of the mafia and they're doing the hack for some kind of a paid gig. Like, it's basically a hobbyist thing just to prove that you're smarter than everybody else. Because when you have a bunch of bullies ruling your life constantly in the form of authority figures, peers, and just about anybody, really. I think little kids used to pick on me, if you can believe that. You know you're, like, fucking up when not only the authority figures and the peers pick on you, but hell, people beneath you are picking on you too. Hell, there was even this cat, Boozle. Boozle the cat. It was real cute, like Garfield, nice orange tabby. It was my mother's adopted parents. It was Ralph and Jenny's cat. Boozle used to bully me. That fucking cat. I was just trying to watch Saturday morning cartoons. Once this cat decided I was the enemy, I'd have to go lock myself in the bathroom. Because I could not actually be out there with Boozle. That cat would have sliced me to ribbons. And basically did the first time. After the first time, I never let it happen again. Never let it happen again. Fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. Shame on you. I don't know. I think I got that right. I was going to try to make fun of George Bush, but I think that's what he was trying to say. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Oh no, I got it wrong. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That's the way it goes. My bad. See, I'm just as retarded as George Bush. I'm the only human. Don't put the blame on me. Here, I think I might have to pee pee. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna take a break because my neck hurts and I need to stretch my legs. But let's listen to some more music, alright? Hopefully it don't get like muted. Thanks for watching Zot the Avenger Rules. I hope you agree too. Zot the Avenger Rules. Oh yeah.
that noise? The CD player's busted. Oh, the CD's scratched up. And she can get rusted. Oh, wait. It's just on shuffle. And a sign on a track is causing your blow. What's stuttering takes? And Skippery sounds. They would take the CD and the disco around. Cause they only take stuff that's free abstract. Except for a second of this. Regular detachment sticks like Pantera at a hip-hop show. Or teenagers driving down a bumpy road. Or Robocop with a ruptured spleen. Or someone whose role model is a machine. You know that one? Cyanotic band. They're the guys with the moving keyboard stand. We're doing a collab with them on our second disc. And the lead singer sounds just like this.
Patients were cynical and not responding, and we couldn't bring them back. They were cyanotic and not responsive.
They found a sample about us.
Resuscitate them.
This part symbolizes that we enjoy the Terminator trilogy and the television show.
We're doing a collab with the Cyanotic band. Careful keyboard guy or you'll crush your hand. It just might be the hottest track on the disc.
Regulate singer strings, just like
I really hate to be a perfectionist, but I think I could do that better.
Your powers combined.
Sounds like pretty well-worn territory. It sounds like pretty well-worn territory. The whole thing feels kind of trite. It sounds like pretty well-worn territory. It sounds like pretty well-worn territory.
Sometimes.
Dissect, dismantle, disassemble. Dissect, dismantle, disassemble. Dissect, dismantle, disassemble. Dissect, dismantle, disassemble.
God damn. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, you know what? We'll need that anyways. No big deal. There, that's the right button. Dude, Gothsicles. Sega Lugosi, man. You listening to Sega, JJ? Fuck yeah, I'm jamming to Sega, dude. Fuck yeah. Sega. Whoa, almost knocked my drink over. Getting a little too wild. Getting wild. Yeah. Getting wild. Man, if you download this shit, you're lucky. Because if you think it's not good, well, it sucks to be you. It's some of the best gothic industrial music ever made by humans. I know because I've been listening to shit like Throbbing Gristle, Cabaret Voltaire, goddamn, even NON. Like the early shit, man. I even listened to like, what? Was it Velvet Underground or a Lou Reed solo project? That thing called Metal Machine Music? That's basically unlistenable. You know, if you're familiar with the industrial period, not even industrial gothic, industrial, just industrial, or maybe what, proto-industrial? That's more like what that was. Yeah, man. I basically know because I have taste. This is some of the best gothic industrial music ever made. Like, you know. It's funny because when I haven't been on a Usenet news group in God knows how many years, right? Sorry, I gotta find a dental pick real quick, but I'll continue and pick up on that thought in a second. I got one. I think I got one right here. Wait, is this it? God damn it! I thought I had more. How much do I pick my fucking teeth? Oh, it's irritating. Maybe I left some here. Oh, here we go. I got a fresh one. Yay. That's about ready to use this a dirty one. So like when it comes to the vampire music or whatever you want to call it, fucking these bands, they all have clever names. They all have poignant topics that they use for lyrics. They all have catchy drum beats that you can dance to. It's basically the perfect goth music, you know? All these artists, I think that's why the label guy, like, he probably didn't sign acts that he didn't self-approve. And he's like, man, this shit is fucking awesome. It's like, it's either got cyber themes, like, you know, like machines or computers or what have you, or maybe it's got empathy emphasized empathy. Yeah, that's kind of a thing. It's kind of like, hey, pay attention to your feelings, people. If something seems sad to you, maybe you should stop it from being sad. Like, I swear to God, I've talked about it a couple times. I'm maybe a poor ass person, but every time I've ever had like $20 that I wasn't too materially attached to, and I saw a fucking homeless person with a fucking sign that said, I'm starving, please help, God bless. There's something along the lines of that. You know, I coughed up my $20 bill, and they were so grateful and gracious, and I could tell by the look in their eyes they were about ready to cry because they didn't expect anybody to give them a break. And it's really, where are you gonna feel that? You probably think they're just like drunk drug addicts, right? You probably don't even know because you don't talk to them. But it's like, you can feel the desperation, man. It's pretty heavy. Emphasis on empathy. Hey, is that a catchy band name? Alright, I'm gonna make a cigarette. I'll be back. Here. Let's play just a little bit more of this badass shit, alright?
Step it up, you demonic vampire bitches! Hey, listen, noise! The CD player's busted, or the city's crashed up, and shit getting crusted! Oh, wait! It's just on shuffle, and a silent on a track is causing kerfuffle! Some stuttery takes, and skippery sounds, they wouldn't take the CD and the disco around, cause they only take stuff that's free of scratches after a second of this, regular detaches! It's like Bandit at a hip-hop show, or Terminators driving down on bumpy road, or Robocop with a ruptured spleen, or someone whose role model is a machine! Hey, you know that one cyanotic band? They're the guys with the moving keyboard stand. We're doing a collab with them on our second disc. And the lyrics take us out just like this. We're doing a collab with that cyanotic band. Careful keyboard guy or you'll crush your hands. It just might be the hottest track on the disc.
And the lyrics take us strings just like
But I think I can do that better.
Hello. You know, I'm gonna finish painting that wall pretty soon. Who am I? I'm jjstyles, but I'm here on the Zot the Avenger Rules stream, here on twitch.tv. My voice is a little logy and my eyes are a little crusty. I got allergies. That's all. I got like all this blue paint. This shit, man. I even got like some of this blue paint too. If the chroma key works, then you know it must. You like, I'm a little bit skeptical of this one because it's not very chromed out. But like this one right here, this is a champion. I should fucking continue painting the wall with this shit, this will get the job done. You know what I mean, people? That's what they call scientific method trial and error. It's literally happening right before your eyes. Like, I can tell you I'm trying to paint my walls blue to try and make the chroma key. Alright, it's working. That one's working pretty good. Why do I know? Because I did it. And I know. That's some scientific method shit right there. I hope you're having a good time. Today is July the 5th. I know, because it was the 4th yesterday. It's a pretty big deal. I get to refill my meds on the 7th. What kind of meds? It don't matter to you. That's a little personal. But, you know, hey man, every day is a gift from God, is it not? Give me a break. I'll tell you what's a gift from God. My fucking Ms. Marvel. Yeah. Is that bitch tight or what? I wouldn't. You know what? I'll tell you what. You know what? You can't even appreciate it. You're not gonna be able to appreciate it. Let me fix that, because you should be able to appreciate this. Basically, like, wrong way, JJ. I always do that. I always manage to fuck that up. It's like a gift or something. It's like I'm the perfect beta tester. I'm the perfect bug finder. Because I literally always fuck up the first time. But Miss Marvel right here, not, you know, she's basically awesome. So, makes me wish I had some Pez to put inside of her right now. I'd be like, oh, Miss Marvel, will you please accept my deposit of Pez? Because I'm so ready to stick it inside you right now. You just impressed me so much. I could put my Pez in you all night long. All night. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, not really, but it's deeper than that, you know. When I was about this tall, there were only like 2 graphic novels in my household. You know, I don't know how they got there. Maybe it was my father's fault. Maybe my thrift store shopping mother, maybe it was her fault. Whatever the case may be, the 2 graphic novels that I had to flip through, they were stored in my mother's piano stool. Because, you know, most piano stools, they have like a flip-top lid, if you didn't know that. It's kind of like a stealth ninja, like, hidden trapdoor. Like, nobody would expect a piano stool to have a lid like that, you know, with a storage container. But if you were to turn it upside down, you'd figure that out real quick. But, no, I just started taking piano lessons when I was like 5. And I had to look up I had to get my books, my homework out of the freaking piano stool, and that's when I found the fucking Batman graphic novel that was based on Raj Al Ghul and that whole saga. Like, I got to see Batman get the scorpion sting in his ankle. You know what I'm talking about. You've read it. I know you do. I know you have. I'm not gonna patronize you. But also, there was the death of Mr. Marvel, you know? You know? It was basically like you got to see every character in the Marvel Universe basically weep like at Tony Stark's. Alright, spoiler alert. It's pretty influential material. Hey, so, anyways, that character, it was an influential character, and so therefore, it was basically like what I had a friend telling me about this storyline that's like common on the internet these days, where like I think the storyline is something like, if you get into drag, like you're the opposite sex, and let's say you're fucking a dude, and then you swallow the cum, then you end up that sex permanently without having to have a sex change. That's like a common fantasy theme. I don't know. I just heard a rumor. I literally might be getting it wrong. I'm posting all these gothic industrial songs on Usenet, and when I open my program, I don't know. You probably know what it is because like the name of my provider is in my post. But let's just leave it alone. If you really want to know, you can basically look at, hey, where'd it go? Is this thing on? Are we okay? Oh, wait a minute. I gotta do that. Alright. So if you really want to know, what the hell kind of software I'm using, then look up my provider in the post. And I'll just tell you, there's a whole lot of stupid people fucking that loads up every time I open the thing. And it's almost intriguing until I remember how disappointing people are. And it's like, why fall in love with something that disappointing? It's only going to end up hurting you in the end. It's like, let's say that you fall in love with a dumb whore that cheats on you all the time. Well, that's obviously going to hurt you. But what if you fall in love with the best human on planet Earth and they end up, I don't know, dead, or like maybe the societal constructs of our lives, like capitalism and what have you, and make you two spend so much time apart that you fall out of love with the greatest person on earth. Or maybe like, I don't know, maybe life just sucks and you're just destined to fucking eat it. Just fucking eat the dirt while the worms eat you, because there's no good outcome. Like, you can strive. You know how many people waste their lives in school trying to get a better education? Which I admire, because the more you know, the stronger you will be. But, who the fuck is calling me? Oh, I forgot I have a guest coming over. Oh, wait. No, is this my singer in prison? Hello? Hello? Hey, bro. Oh, okay. How do you feel about that? Pretty happy? Well, I'll say congratulations then. Locked you away and thrown away the key? Yeah, probably. Oh my god, who the fuck is calling me? Dude, I got fucking Gene and Mark coming over because they need me to fix an Xbox. And I answered this call on my home phone, and I can't tell who's calling. I don't even know how to click over, so fuck it, they can call back. But it's a little difficult to coordinate when the weather outside is like 110 degrees. They don't exactly want to leave video game equipment out in the open like that, but they will if they have to, because that's life. But yeah, I'm glad you didn't get the book thrown at you. That's the term they use. God damn, that's a long time. Jeez. No, they can't do the ankle monitor for. Oh, God, God, I gotta figure out how to answer this call. It's alright. Our call is short. They'll call back. What do we usually get? Like 3 minutes? God, I haven't even ever kept count. 5? Alright. Yeah, right? Yeah. Dude, I'm just looking forward to this deposit, if you will, because I get to hold on to this video game equipment. I get to repair it and make it work again, and I also get to reap the benefit of playing it, so that'll be fun. Right? I know how to pick my jobs, that's for sure. Hey, yeah, I've heard about your peanut butter and jellies. I'm curious though if you've done that fucking scratch away the days thing, like you do 4 and then a strike through 5 at a time. You know what I'm talking about? Like in the movies. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I try not to think about how in debt I am and it goes faster. I got like $7,000 in the bank right now, pretty much from sitting on my ass and not leaving the house. You know what I mean? I just don't think about it, and it just fucking accumulates. But yeah, I hope to pay off my debt soon and get some fucking hair plugs because I'm bald as an eagle. Dude, I got kicked off the opioids, and I think my testosterone went into overdrive. That's just a theory. I'm not a doctor. But I am like bald as Patrick. I can still do a fake mohawk with because I got the Ben Franklin. You know, Ben Franklin could have had a mohawk if he knew how to style his hair right. That dumbass. He's walking around looking like an old man when he could have had a mohawk hairdo. I thought he invented electricity, but I guess he's an idiot because he didn't have a mohawk hairdo. Anyways, point is, I could either get like stem cell regenerative medicine, which is a new thing, to grow it back, or I could do the traditional hair plug route. But I look forward to that. I digress. No way. Well, that's like a double whammy of good news. Well, congratulations from sincerely. So, at first I was feeling a little bad for you, but now I'm nothing but like stoked. That's really cool. Fucking A, man. Well, hey, here's to I'm gonna take a sip. Here's to the time passing quickly, and here's to the day you get out. All right. Love you too, bro. I'll see you later. That was cool. This guy got his judgment the other day. He said he's gonna be in there locked up another year. I'm like, jeez, man, that sucks. And then he says, oh, but I already did the time, so really the sentence applies to a time I already did, so it's more like in 180 days I'll be out of here. And I'm like, well, fuck. Lucky you, dude. That's like, I was feeling bad for you a second ago, but you just told me your time is cut in half. Well, fuck. Congratulations. You know what I mean? I don't know. He's just my singer. I mean, what do I care, right? He's just my singer. He's just another person. Do I really care? I don't know. You tell me. I got a lot of opinions about the justice system and Department of Corrections and all that. So maybe it's more than he's just my singer, but whatever, man. It's only my society, right? So overall, things could be a lot worse. They're not fucking perfect, but things could be a lot worse for everybody. Like what if world peace doesn't pan out, right? Oh god. Alright, I'm gonna make a cigarette, but let me see. So far, I've managed to share some gothsicles, some thought criminals, some dead on television. I'm having a lot of fun sharing music. I don't know if you're enjoying it as much as I am, but I kind of get to listen to the music as I share it, which makes it that much better for me. It's basically like, you know, if you make an at-home porno and then like get to fuck somebody to it, like maybe the person you're fucking in the video, maybe another person. It's basically homegrown goodness. And yes, I know I didn't make these songs, but I did steal them. And I was very clever that day. Like, I don't even know how I must have ate a lot of caffeine pills, because it was a pretty sophisticated little algorithm I circumvented. But really, the critical element was the email that I received that contained the URL of the item that I downloaded. Naturally, it contained the URL because it was like the download URL, you know? It's like if you buy something, gee, how are you ever going to get it if it's digital content and you don't have the download URL, right? So it was basically unavoidable. They had to give me the download URL. That was the critical element. You know how most hackers are concerned about getting a username and a password? Because they're basically basic bitches, and they can't, like, imagine a world beyond logging in. Like, there's, like, a plethora of opportunities that don't even involve usernames and passwords. And the more sophisticated computer security researchers of the world know what those avenues are. But, you know, your average, you know, small-minded wannabe badass hacker, script kiddie, is going to be all focused on the password and, like, circumventing that system, which I personally am really annoyed with, because I've been trying to run a server on DigitalOcean under the handle of jsquaredwebhosting.com, basically trying to relive my glory days. I don't know how glorious they were, actually, but anyways, I'm having a good time, but I've really got to lock the shit down, like, from foreign IP addresses, because I'm still basically in the staging stage. I'm still in the development, like, not quite ready for prime time, but I'm trying to get there. And, like, I can't leave my ports wide open because I'm getting scanned from every dumbass N-word on planet Earth. Whether they're coming from Russia, China, or the black hole. And when I say the black hole, I mean, like, from another galaxy. Fuck, man. Because if there was one in the Milky Way, we'd all be dead right now. But and that might be a blessing, it might be a curse, but I digress. That's not reality. The reality is, I got a bunch of wannabe script kiddies trying to hack J-Squared web hosting, and I see every attempt in, like, what? My Apache error log? Okay. Or what about just the regular Apache log that isn't logging errors, huh? The access log, huh? Yeah, it's like I don't even have, like, that much, like, sophisticated IDS, like, intrusion detection. I don't even have that much protection. I don't have my defenses up at full strength. I don't even have a fucking firewall, man. It's more fun to see what these idiots are throwing at me, you know? It's like if I had a proper firewall, it would filter all these pathetic attempts, you know? It's literally like as if every hacker on planet Earth that's scanning for open systems right now, it's literally like every probe is a Hail Mary pass. You know, like a fucking 60-yard throw from way back there all the way to the end zone, hoping that their wide receiver catches it. And, you know, the fact of the matter is, it's never going to happen because their entire approach is flawed. It's really embarrassing. Granted, sometimes stuff shows up in my log. It's almost like a honeypot, you know, because I'll see some of these, like, URL access attempts, and I'll be like, what the fuck are they trying to do? This looks like gibberish. This is either like a sophisticated technique that I have not like encountered yet, or this is some old piece of shit that they're regurgitating at me in the hopes that it makes sense, and I just haven't like digested that piece of history yet. But you know, sometimes I like to give these idiots the benefit of the doubt, like they're on the cutting edge and they know about some kind of 0-day hack that I don't, you know. But literally every time I query in Google the things that they're punching in and trying to get, there's an explanation why they're trying to get it. And it's overall very disappointing, because it's not even enlightening. Like, if I'm going to run a honeypot, motherfucker, throw some techniques at me I don't know. But I literally know thousands of hacker techniques. Like, that's what it takes to be like a red team motherfucker, a white hat. You literally have to know thousands upon thousands upon thousands of techniques to compromise a system. And you have to be able to organize them in your mind, like, okay, these are from this decade, these are from this decade, these are from this decade, you know, and you have to make them applicable. Because the software I'm running is, guess what? It's like 2 decades old. If you can even believe that. And so what? Man, these fucking idiots are scanning for SSH version 2. If you can believe this, okay? I know that part's normal, okay? But my shit, I haven't upgraded it yet. I have a whole method, I have a whole map, I have a whole plan, but it takes time to implement. And these idiots are scanning my SSH version 1 protocol server on port 22. They're trying to brute force me, like brute force root, brute force admin. They're hurling massive amounts of data at me at lightning fast speeds from God only knows what country. Like, they're wasting. I'm poor, alright? I swear I don't know how DigitalOcean works. Like, I used my PayPal to buy $5 worth of access, and I still have $200. I think it's actually more like $193. I'd spent $7 on something, you know. It's basically like a drug dealer economy. It's like, hey kid, the first hit's free, but once you're addicted, we're gonna start charging you the real price, okay? So it's like, I'm trying not to get too hung up on all their Kubernetes and fucking bullshit, because all I really need is a shell prompt, and I can do anything. Like, I don't need your little... I know you can spin up anything in 2 seconds, and it's very impressive. I mean that. It's like truly cloud-like. When you think of what the cloud should be, like, it is that way, and yeah, DigitalOcean is a good representation of it. There's a lot of other providers. I'm not trying to say that they're the end-all, be-all, but if you've never tried them, it's practically like a perfect starting place. And if you get burnt out there, well, there's a plethora of opportunity. And you know what? It's all fucking cheap as fuck. Even a dumb N-word like me can afford like $5. Because it's not $5 a month. It's literally like, okay, we'll give you a fucking droplet for $5. And when you wear out the bandwidth, and it's just like stupidly awesome. Like, a broke-ass motherfucker like me can actually run a server for a really long time if I don't eat up all the bandwidth, etc., etc. And yeah, I've been using the bandwidth to post these gothic fucking songs that I stole, you know, because I can't do this from my house. That's a lot of bandwidth, first of all, okay? Like, if I was doing this from my house, posting these songs... It's happening right now from my server, by the way. If I was doing this from my house, I wouldn't even be able to stream, because my bandwidth would be completely consumed by the file posting. So it's basically a necessity, you know what I mean, to like get an offsite server. And that's basically my plan for this channel, the Zot the Avenger Rules, because like I told you guys, I did the Earthworm Jim 2 episode like a week or two ago, and that was streamed completely from DigitalOcean. And basically, I got an Nginx, you know, Nginx. It's a web server. It's like Apache, but way more smaller and specialized. Like, I'm the biggest Apache fanboy you could ever meet because it is such a powerful, versatile, modular web server with such a high emphasis on security. And everything I just said has been true practically from the inception of Apache. Like, if you think of an Apache warrior, like, that's basically like what that software is like. It's basically like an underdog that will fight until its last breath to basically serve the cause. And the cause is my fucking website. So I'd rather use Apache, really. But the Nginx streaming configuration is very specialized and totally gets the job done. And that was a very fun little stream. I didn't really watch it or hang out for it, but once I started it and I saw it was working, I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. I am such a cyber pimp. Today, Earthworm Jim 2. Tomorrow, your mom. It's only fair. Your mom's never done nothing for me. It's time she do some work. Hard work. I digress. Let's play some fucking music. And take the stick out of your ass, kid. Just 'cause you're in love with your mom doesn't mean I can't fuck the shit out of her and pimp her out on the streets. That's the way of the world. That's the way of the world. Everybody needs somebody. It's the way of the world. Yeah.
Step it up, you demonic vampire bitches! Hey, listen to this! The CD player's busted, or the city's crashed up, and shit getting crusted! Oh wait! It's just on shuffle, and a slide on a track is causing kerfuffle! With stuttery takes, and skippery sounds, they wouldn't take the CD and the disco around! Cause they only take stuff that's free of scratches, and for a second of this, regular detaches! It's like Bandit at a hip-hop show, or Terminators driving down on bumpy road, or Robocop with a ruptured spleen, or someone whose role model is a machine! Hey, you know that one cyanotic band? They're the guys with the moving keyboard stand. We're doing a collab with them on our second disc. And the lyrics sing a sound just like this. We're doing a collab with that cyanotic band. Careful keyboard guy or you'll crush your hands. It just might be the hottest track on the disc.
And the lead singer screams just like
Perfectionist, but I think I can do that better.
Who's going to be interested in that, really?
Celebrities, you don't look like me. Fake face on the TV, run away from reality.
Pushing down your illusions, living out your distractions,
Making up your predictions,
so many ways to paint it.
cut off your heart, and you will say
It's empty inside, soulless like daylight.
cut off your heart,
Then you will see it's empty inside, soulless like daylight.
There's nothing to write. All you do is sit down at your typewriter and breathe. Start throwing some punches for what you believe in. Get in a ring. See what you're made of.
trading money for plastic bits. Don't speak for yourself, we'll write you a script. Our machine is more than man could be. We'll make you a brand and escape from reality. As long as you can afford to buy it, we'll make you a man. You'll always win. Bring all your friends. These never ends. You never go back again. We're in this to win.
There's nothing to writing. All you do is sit down at your typewriter and
Cut off your heart, and you will say
It's empty inside, soulless like daylight.
cut off your heart,
Then you will see it's empty inside, soulless like daylight.
Give me your hungry, give me your poor, give me your tired, give me your horse. Make them into commodities and watch this fantasy. Cut open your heart, and you will see there's nothing inside.
Soulless like daylight.
Open your heart, and you will see there's nothing inside.
Soulless like daylight. The only way to move forward is by looking backwards through the rear view of life. Bury answers of the voice. It's all coming around. It's all coming around. It's all coming around. And when you gotta pay, when the walls come crashing down, it's all coming around. It's all coming around. And when you gotta pay, when the walls come crashing down.
Tell me a lie, so I can fix my broken life too many times. The corruption's been let loose, it makes us blind to the pools of blood that nations never let run dry.
This is my living maxim. Incorruptible.
I am incorruptible. My soul will not be sold.
I am incorruptible.
couplet is perfect.
Your resolution is not. You're not. You're saying Star Stripes Chocolate. America bleed. You don't see your hypocrisy in your simple ideology. Stand up and tell me that you got everything you need. You're the ring, I'm ready to swing. Where my brain, leave it up tonight. Become a dog suicide. Now I know that I have won. Become a dog suicide. Now we know that you have won. Suicide tactic to win. Execute and bring the knife. Industrialize my mind. Industrialize my life. Industrialize my love. And industrialize my reason to have life. Cause in the walls of this factory, well, I don't ever be afraid of me. My fist don't clench. My breath, it ain't become a dog suicide. Now I know that I have won. Become a dog suicide. Now we know that you have won. Suicide execute. Suicide execute. it feel on the outside looking in? My world's at the bottom of this bottle of gin. I am the liquor, I've lost all control. Don't need to live until tomorrow. I don't need you, I don't need your company. I am the liquor, and the liquor is me.
The world doesn't need me. The world doesn't want me. The world can't handle me.
Don't need tomorrow, so here we go. I'm gonna drown myself, I'm gonna drown in sorrow. The world doesn't need me, the world doesn't want me. The world can't handle me. I'm gonna drown, I'm gonna drown, I'm gonna drown, drown, drown. I am the liquor, I am the liquor, I am the liquor, I am. Feel the fingers biting at me, tearing away at sanity. Skeleton cages rattling me. Animals come in and set me free. Take my soul, get back. Take my life, get back. Cleanse my sins, get back. Tell me no more. They'll give it back, they'll give it back. I wanna go. Take me back, they'll give it back. I wanna go. Mechanisms that cry for me. Automated fear and augmented reality. Build a cage that pushes insomnia to sleep. Hey, my soul, pray. Take my life, pray. Cleanse my sins, pray. Tell me no more, 'cause I wanna know. Gouge out my eyes. Tell me no more. Let me walk blood. Take me back, give it back. I wanna go. Take me back, give it back. I wanna go.
You think you're standing up to do the right thing? The right thing to do is to ask why, and then run from the answer.
Give it back, give it back. I wanna go. Get back, take me back. I wanna go. Take me, let's go. sign. The machine keeps me alive. Faith in our machines. Faith in our machines. Faith in our machines. We got faith in our machines. Our solitude. We never wander outside this pattern. The data tells us what to do. Our fate, it's programmed. Our lives, they're tested. Preserve the status quo's fortitude. From Tokyo to Berlin, the bomb's been engineered. From Moscow to Chicago, the virus has been spread. Our faith in machines has been activated. Our faith in machines is absolute. Our lives corrupted, our morals decayed. I just side by machine. Come here, I'll reason and lock the door. Hear the screams from mine. Never feel, now we resign. Let the machine decide. In our machines, we got faith. In our machines, give me faith. In our machines, we got faith. In our machines, faith. In our machines, we got faith. In our machines, give me faith. In our machines, we got faith. In our machines. Get dirty. Get dirty. It's house techno,
Covered in PVC,
boards on the floor,
boots on the floor.
baselines fresh from Germany. Ich bin ein Ausländer.
Sample from the old school,
Let your body beat. Sample from the new school. It's got an infectious beat, and I can dance. You don't need no substance when you can dance. Can you count to four? Four on the floor. You gotta show me. How do you make beats on dead dreams? How do you play the part when you ain't got no heart? How do you make beats on dead dreams? How do you play the part when you ain't got no heart? It's really simple. It's for the dirty boys. For the dirty boys. Get dirty. What are you here for? I'm here to have fun. What are you here for? I'm here to get dirty. Does it have a hook? Do you know your ABCs? Or you can yell at me? Why you always yelling at me? Will it get you closer to God? Turn you into an animal? You could be a rock star, a social cannibal. How do you make beats on dead dreams? How do you play the part when you ain't got no heart? How do you make beats on dead dreams? How do you play the part when you ain't got no heart? How do you make beats on dead dreams? How do you play the part when you ain't got no heart? How do you make beats
Alright. Give it up for Stiff Valentine. They ask some really good questions and come up with some really good hooks, don't they? Anyways, um, you know, I was basically hanging out with guests. I wish I could have put Mark on the camera for a minute. It's okay. You know what? I wasn't prepared. And you know what? He probably wasn't prepared, so it's all good. But that was pretty cool. Anyways, what am I trying to say? I'm basically trying to wrap up the music. You know, I was just sharing. I'm pretty proud of my antisocial, criminal, and otherwise just like almost despicable behavior. You know, but you know, it's really easy to accidentally hack an internet site. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, okay? It's like I know it seems like a very guilt. It's like what am I doing? Selling drugs? Am I prostituting women out on the street corner? It's like what to hack a website that seems pretty blatant, pretty intentional, right? So like I'm not asking anybody to understand the despicable act that I committed because it really wasn't a matter of guessing passwords. It was more about guessing the hash algorithms. You guys know what I'm talking about. Like if you download anything through your web browser, it's going to end up in your download history. And if you right click on it and you're all like, "Oh, let's copy the link and look at it." You're going to see some things you don't recognize. You're going to be like, "Wait, I went to this site, but I ended up downloading from this site?" And then you're just like, "Well, what's this all about? What else did they got on this site?" Etc., etc., etc. Wait, what were we talking about? You know what? Fuck it, you guys. I'm going to drink some water. I'm going to turn up the air conditioning. And we're going to get down nice and heavy duty. But now I gotta play my SoundCloud shit to flex, because I'm totally fucking awesome. So, and if I didn't do that, I'd basically feel like I was sucking the cocks of all these bands that I was just playing. It's like, look, man, I'm not trying to bend over a barrel for you. I'm just trying to say, fuck, I really respect your work. You know, if you don't respect mine, I respect that. But that kind of makes you a conformist. That kind of makes you a hater. And that kind of makes you like everybody that I grew up with that sucks. Basically, I'm living in a different day and age. And it's like, I'm still feeling like people are treating me the same way. Maybe even worse. And I know it's for different reasons. It's like back then I was a gamer. Like, that's a despicable waste of time. On top of that, once your voice changes and you start growing armpit hair, you should really find something better to do with your time, right? It's like you might as well join a band and go on tour across the country, because if you sit around playing video games all day long, you're never going to impress anybody. Not that, even though you're a great video producer, Zot, but yeah, you'll never impress anybody. And you know, if after 4 years you haven't figured out how to turn a dollar, well then hey, you know what? It don't matter how hard you try. It's never going to happen. So you're being discouraged by everyone around you because you're just another fucking basement dweller? I don't know. I didn't say it. Or maybe you're just another... You know what? I'm not trying to be hurtful. I'm just trying to say... Fuck, man. If I would have stuck with my dream, I would have really gone far. I'd probably be like Justin. Shit. It's like, how was I supposed to do that? It's basically like what? Being in the closet and trying to come out? Might as well be as that difficult. If I think about what that must be like, fuck, man. You know, it's kind of like, gee, do I be who I am, or do I compromise myself to survive by your stupid rules? Yeah, fuck that. Anyways, I'm just gonna play this little band called Zero Defects. Alright? No, not Zero Tolerance Task Force. Zero Defects. I'm sure you're familiar. If I know my fans, they've gotta love every one of these songs. There's only like 7 to like. It's like 15 minutes You memorize 15 minutes worth of music and you're basically like a lifetime fan. Even if you get the words wrong, if you can get the timing and the key right, you could be like, like you don't have to know the words. Just like be on key and enthusiastic, and you'll probably be the coolest person at the goddamn party. Because let's face it, if the band on stage has a good routine setup, you know, they're going to be the funnest people at the party. You know, people are just trying to have fun when they go to a party. It's really not a popularity contest. It's more like a fun contest. So if you can actually, like, provide that, you're going to be 10 times cooler than the best musicians there, you know? It's like, people used to understand this, and it used to be, but you know, like, there's people that are way more sour than me, which shocks me. Because I always thought I was the most sourpuss motherfucker on the planet. But, like, there's people way more hardcore fucking disappointed and emo and bullshit. And, you know, ever since I took my level up with the hashtag World Peace Now shit, you know, it almost felt like I was, like, more hardcore than those motherfuckers. You know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm getting at. The heart, the core of the matter of what really matters. Like the suffering bullshit. Hey, I said it. Oh, big deal, right? You've probably heard the word too many times and you've become desensitized to it, right? I know, man. You're probably taking more opioids than me if you're that desensitized. Because I numb myself out really good every day. And that shit still eats me up inside. And I'm not even really contributing to the problem. I'm basically, but in a way I am. And it really fucking bugs me. And it's just like, fuck, how do I, you know, I'm like, you know what? I'm so far in the opposite direction of the suffering. I'm totally like hanging 10 on the wave known as like happiness as opposed to suffering. Like, you know, I fuck up so bad. Sometimes it's on my bills. Sometimes it's God only knows, man. Maybe health. Maybe someone depended on me. You know, maybe I made a commitment, you know. And it's like, I try not to commit to anything too serious, you know, because, like, it always hurts to be a flake. Because, like, if you make a commitment, it's because you believe you can get there. And if you flake out, it's not because you made a choice like, oh, this is more important than that. It's usually just you didn't get your shit together, you know? It's hard to get your shit together. And the older you get and the more injuries you get and like the more people that were close that die and like the more times you break up and like it's pretty taxing. It just gets to be that way. And it's no big deal. You balance it out somehow. The problem is if it bugs you so much. Here, let's update it. All right. It's like if you got shit that bugs you so much, and you learn how to control it using like maybe like some meditative technique, where you just like, you know, chill the fuck out physically. And just, you know, deal with what you gotta deal with internally and mentally. But you just sit there and you just do it. And you don't have to be all like, you know, pacing back and forth or fucking hopping up and down. You're just like sitting there doing what you gotta do. The problem is if you're hurting and you don't even know why, and you sit down and you try and be like that, it doesn't help much. Because it's like, your mind is just gonna go blank, and you could sit there for however long with an empty head and think that you're somewhere nice. But it's like, you know, it's almost like it's almost nice if you get something, a bad thought or a good thought or any thought, really. You know, it kind of sucks when you've had to deal with so much shit. You're just like, what the fuck? You get to that point where you just, meditation used to take your mind off of it, but like, you don't You know, you could go with it because you weren't that skilled. And then, like, because you still got your human part where you're like, oh, I gotta play a video game, I gotta eat some food, I gotta fuck my hoe, I gotta fucking do my homework, oh, I gotta go to sleep just so I can wake up for work on time, that kind of shit, you know? Like, it's pretty hard to get super disconnected. Like, what are we talking about? Fuck you guys. Let's listen to another song, alright? What the fuck were we talking about?
technologically innovate. People that get damaged along the way. There are no consequences. There's only conclusions. Fear is our resolution. We have a duty to technologically innovate. Design of all the system. People that get damaged along the way. Prevent all dissolution. There are no consequences. Change is our best solution. There's only conclusions. Repackage the tradition. The energy slaves, they must obey. We only see what we wanna see. We only see what we want. We have a duty to technologically innovate. We only see what we wanna see. We only see what their eyes see. We only see what we wanna see. This is the technocratic way.
That's some pretty good. Sorry, you guys. I had to tell Stiff Valentine, look, I like this song, but this is my stream, so I gotta take my trial copy GeForce, set it aside, and say like, I'll be like, look, when I was a child, I spoke as a child and I played with childish toys, and that's all you are right now, because I'm trying to do a real life stream. So go away, you childish toy. Oh shit, where's my camera input source? Is this it? Oh, I had it, you guys. I'm not even sure. I'm pretty sweaty and nasty. I'm trying to do a wardrobe change. Here, let's play one more fucking song, because what else are you gonna do? I'm putting on a different fucking jacket and hat, so there you go. But should I have said something more clever than that? Okay, how's about wardrobe change? Oh, I almost sound like a professional, right? I remembered the word wardrobe. I got no good reason to, so I'm quite the Renaissance motherfucker up in here. You know I am. That's why you wanted to vote for Video Virus back in 2008. 'Cause you're thinking, God damn, JJ would be a better choice in the past 8 years. And then Barack Obama got the win, and that's cool and everything. But you still could have, like, got behind me. I know my platform was weak, and I totally didn't have enough funding to really, spread the word properly. But still, I did an effective effort on my public access TV show on Access Tucson, and it was a valiant effort. Hell, man, you can watch it on the archive.org at like archive.org/details/@ Zot the Avenger, and then you're there and you're watching Video Virus, where I'm like literally trying to convince you to make me your president, like as if that's even a possibility. Well, I figured it wasn't much of one, but I was gonna try really hard to convince you that I should be your president. So it's nothing like too crazy. It's just like me trying my best to actually win. I figure if I would have won, it would have been a culture shock. Because, like, I've never spent any time in Washington, D.C., really. That's just the truth. Like, I've watched The District with, like, the dude from Coach. Coach. Hey, Coach. Hey, Coach. Craig T. Nelson, that District show. He's basically like cleaning up the entire town. And the thing is what are we talking about? I'm sorry, guys. I haven't been keeping a good train of thought these days. I normally catch my thoughts, but it's you know what? It's all good. It's just January. It's no big deal. It's pretty annoying. It's January. Or wait, what did I say? It's January? What the fuck is January? I was trying to say it's July. I was just like... That's funny, dude. You gotta be really disturbed to get your fucking months that confused just because of the letter J. Like, come on, man. How jumbled up are you, dude? Come on, don't you think I know it's July? What? I can't believe I did that. That's funny. I should be embarrassed, but I think you know why. It's not even my fault, man. I told those fuckers to stay and sleep. Idiots. I hate them. And you know what? Fuck it, man. Hey, ha ha. Ha ha ha. I'm still alive. Suck it. Right? Brothers, yeah, whatever, man. They should have listened to me, and they didn't. Fuck them. Rot. Like for the past 20 years, just rot. You should have listened to me. I'm a smart guy, and I'm sensitive, and I know what's right and wrong. And I don't know if I always communicate right, but I try to be clever, and I expect everybody to be as clever as me. You people think everybody should be super politically correct? Well, I think everybody should be super clever, because it's patronizing if you're not. Why am I really talking to you? If I can talk to a homeless dude in a wheelchair about music for like fucking hours, and this guy's actually more clever, poignant, and well informed than like a goddamn college graduate, then what are my priorities really? Am I just seeking like the awesomest information and the people that have absorbed it the best because they absorbed it with their heart instead of forcing it down their throat and into their brain? You know, like osmosis, like learning through osmosis. It's like I never did that. Don't get me wrong. Like Zot the Avenger, he's pretty much like practicing trial and error, like every free moment that he has, because like he does not expect to learn through osmosis. No, because when I was hanging out there, when I first joined, I was basically hanging out with Omi and Steffi all day long. Like if they weren't there, if Omi and Steffi weren't there to play with, man, I'd be at the front desk antagonizing West. You know, it's like stepping on sugar cubes and making him freak out, like, you better clean that up. And I'm like, oh, you think that's bad? Oh, well, you know the donation box? This glass, plexiglass, see-through thing that you use as some kind of a liberal guilt trip mixed with, like, a fear of conservative encroachment because you're lucky to even have this place, but at the same time, the goddamn liberals, they're always begging for money. How much is enough? Haven't I made a good contribution yet? Haven't we fucking cured cancer? Haven't we saved public access? Haven't we fucking fixed everybody? I'm sorry. Here, stop this. I played some music, man. Some of that zero defects I promised like 10 or 15 minutes ago. Alright. Sorry, guys. Whew. I kind of had to turn my head around. You know what I mean? I was pretty much talking about how July sucks for personal reasons the whole fucking month. But, you know, I turned it around. I was thinking to myself, I was gonna play something. It made a lot of sense in my head at the time. I'm trying to remember who I was gonna play for you. It's just me, JJ Styles from Bright Idea Records. I'm just like trying to do a stream. I seem to have a good signal today. Like my bandwidth, it's transmitting a lot, and there's no like drops in the stream, and it's pretty dope. I'm digging it, and yeah, it's just another day, really. You know, if I don't wake up feeling good, I'll probably feel good by the end of the day, I guess. And if I wake up feeling great, well, I'll figure out a way to feel shitty at the end of the day. So that's about how that is. No, I'm not a woman. I just got way too many bad memories. Sorry, guys. I'm not trying to be drama king. I'm just saying, man, July kind of sucks. We could try to make it better. Do you want to be a part of this? Because I think I'm about ready to just do it. You know, this has only been a problem for 20 years. And, you know, I usually try to get ahead of it, you know? And how would I get ahead of this feeling? I don't know if I would have started playing, like, task force songs on the 1st. Instead of waiting until, what is it, the 6th or the 7th? Yeah, man. I could have got ahead of this. I was trying to be happy about what I had going, though. Today's the 5th. I guess if I would have 4 days ago thought, let's just focus on the task force, man. Because it's going to feel bad. And it's like, you know what? I'll deal with feeling bad when I start to feel bad. I'm not gonna try to fucking nip that in the bud. That's like some sociopathic weirdo shit, right? You're preparing for emotions that never happen, right? Who does that? That's like robotic behavior. I'm sorry. I know we've all got to prepare for rejection or acceptance, blah blah fucking blah. How's about an infinite amount of like maybes in between those two outcomes, alright? So, like, maybe you can't take nothing too seriously. Yeah, well, you know what? It's just... Fuck, man. I was in that band for 6 years. If you can process that. Like, how long does it take to get a college degree? What, 4? Oh, okay. So what? I'm basically a college graduate of punk rock. Traveling around the country. Fucking playing, partying with friends that we've met years prior, just going through the circuit, or strangers that we've never met. That's Freudian. I was talking about, I met a lot of these people on the internet through emails. That's funny, man. I love it when I catch myself, because it's more likely somebody else is gonna catch you if you say something like that. You probably think that this is all contrived. And I can't blame you, I'll bet you do. Why would anybody believe me? They didn't go through it, man. They don't even know. Like, they barely know about video games and more. I'm lucky if I got like 50 hits on any of my Internet Archive videos. So it's like I got exposure for one day on one video. And all you short-focused, short-sighted motherfuckers, except for, like, Frank, he actually made friends with me. But, you know, that's, like, I'm not even a good friend. I'm basically just some dude that drops by every once in a while and acts crazy. Because that's kind of the kind of friend I am. Because how much better can I really do for you? I don't want to act like a Superman, do I? Because I won't be able to maintain that. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm okay with it. I've gotten used to it. It's cool, man. I'm not weird. You know, I didn't blow off my birthday because I hate myself. I'm not crazy. I just literally had a hard time breathing. And, like, the fucking mountain was on fire. And I couldn't even see the smoke. I'm thinking, like, what the fuck is this? This is nothing. Why have I even heard mention of this? And like on the day before my birthday, I'm like just trying to hang out because I'm so anxious about my upcoming birthday. I'm like trying to be like, yo, hey, anybody? I'm like riding my skateboard and shit, and like things are cool. But by the time it got to be the next day, like after midnight, I was having a very difficult time breathing. I couldn't put my finger on it, and I don't like having asthma. You know, it's a very vulnerable feeling. And I've had it my whole. I'm like an old man. I'm like 42. Give me a break. And like I've had to live with that fucking. Oh, you might have an asthma attack. It's like I'm feeling like a normal fucking person. I might go for years without having a goddamn asthma attack. And so what? Well, you know, fuck, man. When that mountain caught fire, I guess I had an asthma attack and I couldn't even do my own birthday. And I didn't call anybody or say anything because I'm conserving my breath and totally embarrassed at the same time. Wishing I could be like, I'm thinking even if I had the guts to call and apologize, I'm having such a hard time breathing. I'm not gonna say it right. And it's just gonna blow up in my face. I'm better off just blowing off all my friends and anybody I made a commitment to. I'm just gonna ghost them because I'm literally gonna sound fucked up when they talk to me because I don't know if I'm allergic to mountain smoke. I swear, man, my chest was tighter than it's been in a really long time. It was so fucking tight. If I tried to force a deep breath, if I was like, like, you know, like let's say you're in the water in a swimming pool and you've been holding your breath and you stick your head above water and you take one of those breaths, you know, like you really need it. Yeah, I'm trying to do shit like that. And I'm feeling like I need to do that over and over and over and over again. Like that's an abnormal feeling. I don't feel like that ever. And that's how my birthday started out, with me unable to breathe, gasping for air, and I'm riding my skateboard trying to get to a different environment. I'm thinking, fuck, maybe somebody's kitchen caught fire where I'm at, you know, because I wasn't thinking about the mountain. You know, the mountain was just the mountain, man. It seems so far away, right? And, well, you know, it's really no good explanation. But for the mountain and it being on fire, granted, it wasn't like the sky was black. It wasn't like... I basically feel like nobody's gonna believe me because it really didn't look bad. And it didn't even smell bad. Granted, there were a few nights in the evening, you know, like when the sun had gone down, I could like fucking smell the smoke in the air. You know, 'cause like I guess some of my neighbors like to get cheap firewood. I don't know. But was it cheap firewood or was I actually smelling the mountain? 'Cause like, it was pretty thick, man. It's hard to imagine my neighbors having firewood that nasty. Like, I would basically... I don't care how cold you are, if your firewood smells that nasty, I'd put it out, man. I'd take that like that forky thing with the point and the spike and shit. I'd be like, "Gah, duh, you're not gonna choke me to death, not tonight. I'll resist your tempting death grip." Essentially, motherfuckers, 'cause Jesus Christ, it sucked. I blew off my own birthday because I couldn't breathe. It's so awkward, man. I'm just glad that Mark came over because like I like invited him to a party That one I was just talking about. And, like, I don't know if he tried to get there or not. You know? I don't know if he got my message, you know? But, whatever. Fucking, it's like, hey, aside from that, I missed his birthday a month earlier. So I was too busy freaking out. I'm not very proud of that. It wasn't fun. If I knew what my real problem was, I'd find a self-improvement program and I would pursue it because it doesn't make me feel good to miss out on my friend's birthday when I'm just like already committed to it. I've known the friend a long time. I don't want to get super wasted on BTAs and be all like, oh shit, I'm blacked out and crap. Oh, you know what that clicky sound is? I think that's the buttons on my trench coat. I got a lot of fans turned on in here. You know, it's bad enough when all your good friends, like, fucking die. Then, like, in a blink of an eye. For example, I mean, you know, feelings are feelings. Maybe that's the way I felt one day. I wonder what day that was. Anyway. What are we talking about? I'm sorry. I was gonna talk about something fucking hardcore, that's all. Punk ass bitches. What the fuck was I thinking? About ready to punch this fucking microphone. I probably need a pain pill. This is probably not a conscious decision. It's probably just the onset of dope sickness. Because it happens every fucking 2 hours. Sometimes every half hour. Hey man, you know, I lived on fentanyl for 15 years, so whatever. What do you want to ask me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not in the chat room. I know I'd be a lousy chatter. So I'm sorry. I'd like to do better. It's just not cool, man. I got a really stupid handicap, and it's like, you know, what am I supposed to do about it, huh? Am I supposed to get a search engine optimization specialist? Am I supposed to get, like, some AdWords? Am I supposed to get the proper marketing? Is that supposed to bring my dead band back like some kind of consolescence? Like, what the fuck am I trying to do? I'm just trying to tell you what happened. And you know, it's not even a big deal, because if you got the right conveyance and you have a hired paid professional driver, like a fucking crazy tragedy is like not even like an issue. Because like if your professional driver can't drive for whatever reason, maybe it's he's got COVID-19. I don't fucking know. But look, if they ever can't drive, they tell you straight up, look, this is not a possibility. And you're basically supposed to be okay with that because you're just a stupid drug addict musician and this decision is way above your head. So why don't you go back to playing beer pong and just let whatever happens happens because you're on a free trip. And so don't think too hard about it. Because if you think too hard about it, you might end up DIY once again. And that would be stupid. Because that's not fun. That's just like, you're trying to have fun. Your main goal is to rock the world. And what do you end up spending your time doing? Basically, I don't know. It depends on who you are. Maybe you're really good with networking with the new bands that are totally rocking and making money because they're totally awesome and they've never been heard. And people are like, I want to jump on that bandwagon right now because I can tell I have taste. This is awesome. And pretty soon it's like, I don't know. I can't make too many good metaphors. But let's just say if you're listening to Green Day when Dookie dropped, and you're doing Longview and Basket Case in your Walkman all day long. And then next thing you know, they got like whatever they came up with. How does that sound? Okay, so what? That's a good question, man. My neck ache keeps getting worse and worse. Fuck. I'm trying to say if you're underground and you fucking rise out of it, something, yakety schmackety. Drink a nice, tall, cool, refreshing glass of OJ, my son. Taz hate water. No. Hey, let's go golfing, son. You need to mellow out. And then he disappears into the dirt. Alright, son. I'll see you next time you come by. You didn't even say hi to your sister, you stuck up prissy. Right? Wasn't Taz Taz was pretty feral person. I actually relate to Taz way more than I should. And I've felt that way over the past year. But what are we talking about? I'm sorry. Okay. His sister is like just, a pretty typical sister. I mean, I didn't have like a young sister like a middle school sister when you're in high school. I think that's what like Taz's sister was supposed to be like, because his whole family was super square. Like if you think of the way Taz, the Tasmanian devil, if you think about the true nature of Taz, he's basically a completely feral, rabid, wild animal. And I'm not saying those words metaphorically. I'm basically saying that literally. He's like, hey, I bet if I lived in Australia, maybe I could appreciate it even more. Why? Because he's called a Tasmanian devil, and I think that's by Australia. I haven't been there yet. I'll make it there someday, but I know like one or two things about geography. One is that like Hawaii is like out that way. And the other thing I know is that like Tasmania is in Tasmania, which is down that way, which is right by Australia. So, or like New Zealand or etc. And that's cool, man. A Tasmanian devil is a Tasmanian. How about we call them North American devils? Can we lie to ourselves? You know what? That's just a stupid idea, JJ. How about we just stick with the Jersey Devil or the Chupacabra? Let's stick with whatever we actually have in reality. We don't have to go and absorb that just because it sounds like we should. And we just conquer everything because we don't even put any thought into it. It's just like, hey, we're awesome. Let's just conquer this. Neat. Yeah, it's almost like that, like, God, I haven't heard this song in months. I practically was starting to forget it existed. But, like, I'm already a big fan of Nothing More. I don't know what it is, people. If you want to make fun of me and say, JJ loves those no bands. What, no FX? No means no. Nothing more. Zero equals zero. Fucking, 001. No, I'm just kidding, you guys. I'm just trying to be a little lighthearted and self-deprecating in a relatable manner as to make myself endearing and vulnerable and at the same time self-aware and humorous with trying to diffuse the overwhelming weirdness that anybody should feel in the entire month of July. It's pretty, yeah. Alright. I'm gonna make a cigarette. I'm not turning off my microphone. I'm just gonna load July, man. It's July. I'm gonna load July. It's about time. It's like, if I don't do this, it's only been 20 years. I only do this when I have to. It's probably been a few years. You try to ignore it and hope it just goes by, What, the whole month? Kinda. What, you think I'm talking about one day? Give me a break. I go through more in a day than you go through in a year. Tell me who said that. Alright, you probably know. And let me focus on what I gotta focus on, alright? What was I talking about? Can't remember what I was talking about. Fuck, man, what was I thinking of? Yeah, fuck you. Get down. Oh, I like. Hey, how about some? What is that close to Funky Town? Was that even halfway close? I hope. Maybe. You know, I guess the closer you get, the bigger a poser you are, right? Like if I actually did that good, then it's time to disrespect me like I'm some kind of Juilliard retard that spends way too much time playing my instruments instead of using my instrument to bang hot, sexy young things while I'm still hot and sexy. You know, an instrument's an instrument, whatever, man. I'll throw down on any one of them. Want to test me? I always do, man. Except that one time in Las Vegas for Y2K when I was totally tripping on 6 hits of acid and just like totally freaking out. I'm like, it's Y2K and I'm on 6 hits of acid and I'm actually literally scared the world's gonna end. Even though I've been joking about how unlikely that is because I'm a total geek that knows how to even program in COBOL. Do you know how to program in COBOL? How confident were you during Y2K? But, you know what? I've long forgotten COBOL. What was the other one? I think Fortran. That was the other weird one. All the legacy programmers had to know when the shit was hitting the fan during Y2K. It's like, alright, homeboy, you better know COBOL or Fortran because like 99% of all the legacy software is not written in C or assembly or anything other than COBOL and Fortran. So good luck diagnosing the world, whether it be electric power plants, nuclear power plants, water plants, fucking basically all the main systems that control everything. Because, you know, at that point in the year 2000 and Y2K, everything had been automated. The infrastructure was basically automated. So to have a catastrophical, you know, failure in that kind of a system, like some people thought it was funny, they're probably in denial of the overall seriousness of the issue. Because, like, there was no testing, there was no accountability, and, like, you know, like, all the hackers, all the black hats, that was, like, one of the primary things to focus on, was the lack of focus on anything important. And yet, still, even when you draw attention to this kind of shit, you get crucified for 5 years, 10 years. God only knows how much software did you steal in your crime, you system cracker. What did Kevin Mitnick have to go through? Why don't you tell me that, huh? And yet, I still have a fucking... What? Here. I can work my software. I can do this. I have a point to make. Like, I acknowledge Kevin's struggle. Come on, camera, work. I got this. I just wish I could get it faster. I think my eyes are starting to cross. I'm not sure if it's because I'm a drunk or, you know, that other thing. But, you know, when I met Kevin, I've posted the photo on my streams before. Hey, does it look like I have a clown nose? If I keep the microphone position? Am I like some kind of new comic book character if I sit right here? That would be so cool. Because I want to adjust the camera, but at the same time, you can call me the lip-licking, weird, fucking cyborg white dude, maybe. I don't know. Let's face it, I talk like a white dude. It's a pretty easy thing to convince people of. Say, yeah, he's actually a cyborg. He's not a human, he's an AI. He died in this terrible accident in July of 2003. He's like RoboCop. It's about as sad as that. Yeah, man. That's a great idea, JJ. That's the most cyberpunk thing I've ever heard. Congratulations. You're the most cyberpunk dude on Earth. I know I am. Yeah. It is what it is.
If you see me with a drink and a smoke, don't be afraid to ask if I'm partying, because you know I do. I'm a party animal, you know that I am. I'm a party animal, so keep up if you can. If you see me stumbling, you see me spending cash. Just ask me if I'm partying. I can party out my ass. I'm a party animal, you know that I am. I'm a party animal, so keep up if you can. I'm a party animal, you know that I am. I'm a party animal, so keep on this. I'm a party animal, you know that I am. I'm a party animal, so keep on this can. If you see me with a drink, almost 2 a.m. The pubs up down the road. Hot, get women. And that's the that bitch wanna go to the after party. Never been back in space to the after party. I got no drink at the place to the after party. No, baby, I'll drive you home to the after party. Shut up, grab a microphone. I got 1,001 karaoke, say days. 24/7, get us out of time. Hooray! So come with it. And I guarantee you won't be sorry. Let me have the party. Never been back in space to the after party. I got no drink, I don't place to the after party. No, baby, I'll drive you home to the after party. Shut up and grab a microphone. They say that I'm a nerd. They say that I'm a dweeb. Because I'm the only one who ever plays the pinball machine. Give me a shot at the pinball machine. Round me, my name known. Give me a shot at the pinball machine. I don't have one at home. Give me a shot at the pinball machine. I need to use some piss off. I'm never leaving this pinball machine because I'm a pinball wizard. Yeah, flipping round those spinners and orbiting the table. Multi-balls, not for beginners. I'm prepared to punch in my fist. Just give me a shot at the pinball machine. I'll make my name known. Give me a shot at the pinball machine. I don't have one at home. Give me a shot at the pinball machine. I need diagnosed, I'll piss off. I'm never leaving this pinball machine because I'm a pinball wizard. I don't care if you're closed. I don't care if it's last call. I'm not leaving this sticking pub till I've shot my last ball. Give me a shot at the pinball machine. I'll make my name known. Give me a shot at the pinball machine. I don't have one at home. Give me a shot at the pinball machine. I need diagnosed, I'll piss off. Never leaving this pinball machine because I'm a pinball wizard. Yeah. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Oi, 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 give me that shot at that pinball machine. I'll make my name known. Give me a shot at that pinball machine. I don't have one at home. Give me a shot at that pinball machine. I need that new stuff piss off. I'm never leaving this pinball machine because I'm a pinball wizard, yeah. take it. No way, no way, no way, no way. I don't need it.
Man, fuck these computers, man. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. He don't need it. He don't like it. He can't use it. And he fucking hates it. No way. No way. No way! No way! Get down! Dude, I'm so punk rock. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be like... I don't mean to rub it in your face. I like to think of it as a pretty, like, liberated and freely accessible thing. Like, you could totally out-punk rock me if you wanted to. Like, if you wanted to be more punk rock than me, like, fine, do it. I'd like to see you try. I'm super punk rock. I, like, have a DIY label that I have barely time to take care of because everything around me is falling apart. I'm more akin to that mainstream song by Faith No More called Falling to Pieces. That's like my daily life. And so what? Well, you know what? That makes me more punk rock than you because I'll bet you have an easier time succeeding than I do because you're not falling to pieces. So there. And not only that, but I wore a mohawk hairdo for like over 10 years. So beat that. I'm way more punk rock than you. Like seriously, anarchy, anarchy. And as soon as that happens, make me president, make me president. World president, for JJ, for world president, anarchy, and motherfuckers, why wouldn't I be that way? When you're all got your heads up your asses and you're practically the ones making me cry over this shit. I'd be over it if I didn't feel like I had to be a musical success just to even honor their names. Like, most people are happy to go to a graveyard and dump some fucking flowers on a gravestone, and then those flowers get to rot and dry up, and there you go. Yeah, I'm trying to fucking make a legacy for 20 years dead homies, and, like, I've pretty much made, like, a 2-inch dent. Like, if I had a slingshot on the side street of life, and I'm, like, fucking shooting at every car I see with a big fucking pebble. You know, I basically made a 2-inch dent with regards to fucking making any one of us anything. Because I don't know how to be a marketing expert. It's not my specialty. I was more of a rhythm guy, if you know what that means. And, you know, it doesn't hurt my feelings. It just shatters them. You don't know anything. It's like, why do I even try to be a good guy? These people, they don't. It's like very few get it. And you know what? The ones that do, I try to mellow out for them. Because I know I'm hella theatrical in my own. You know what? I don't have to explain that. Because, you know, if you've seen what I've seen, you might be a little theatrical too. It's like, let's see how you handle what I've handled. It's on record. I'm probably gonna pull out the police record because I'm so tired of people acting like
No way. feel like an asshole. Just work for my next keyboard. Now I gotta pick my dick for apple. Now I gotta pick my mind shit. What a heckle. Now I gotta pick on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Now I gotta pick on my shit. What a heckle. Now I gotta pick on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Thought I see the funny fish in a bottle. He's going to the bathroom. Who's in the apple? Now I gotta pick on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Just work for my next keyboard. Now I gotta pick my dick for apple. Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Thought I see the funny fish in a bottle. He's going to the bathroom. Who's in the apple? Now I got piss on my shit. What a apple. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Just work for my next keyboard. Now I gotta pick my dick for apple. Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Thought I see the funny fish in a bottle. He's going to the bathroom. Who's in the apple? Now I got piss on my shit. What a apple. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Just work for my next keyboard. Now I gotta pick my dick for apple. Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Thought I see the funny fish in a bottle. He's going to the bathroom. Who's in the apple? Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Just work for my next keyboard. Now I got piss my dick for apple. Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Get down. Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Thought I see the funny piss in a bottle. He's going to the bathroom. Who's in the hustle? Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Just work for my next keyboard. Now I got piss my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole. Get down. Now I got piss on my shit. What a heckle. Now I got piss on my shit. I feel like an asshole.
Dude, that's fucking tight, man. I kind of like fucking with the speed. Oh, hi, how's it going? It's JJ. What, my camera? Why don't you turn on your camera? What, you trying to hide from me? What, you want me to put it all out there for you? You know, I've been waiting all day for somebody to ask that, actually. Fuck. Alright, let's put it all... Yeah, right? You know it's a good day if you find yourself saying that. Come on, man. You know what I'm talking about. Just about anybody could find themselves in that situation these days. How could they not? Oh my god. And I thought shit was crazy back in the day. It's only about 10 times more rando now. Goddamn, I'm trying! Hold on! Alright, I'm sorry. I'm not, like, hiding. That's the last thing I care to do. I'm just, like, I'm trying to do some shit. Where the fuck is it? I'm gonna have to delete this.
I drove. I can't. I lost track of the